All right. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, you can hear me. We're back with TNP with Mr. A and X Death as usual. Um, we had some technical difficulties last time that resulted in the stream looking like hot ass. I think I fixed them. Hopefully, we'll just have to see. So let's get into it, and if we might have to. Yeah, I believe that's right where I stopped. So yeah, why don't you recap the story, and then that'll give me an opportunity to hear your voice and. Okay, hold on, let's fix that. All right, so we can't hear X Death. That's cool. Oh, there it is. Oops, I turned on the wrong thing. Desktop audio. Oh, I see. Nope, I'm just stupid. It has two audio inputs, and okay, so the volume should actually be fine. And it should be able to hear both of us now. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Wow, I want to note, I just for our viewers, I updated OBS and I thought I had reset my volume settings, and I eyeballed it based on the levels. I got it exactly right, so I just want that to be known.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, so sorry. Why don't you recap for a second?
Let's see, we're two androids named 2B and 9S who are trying to kill robots that they are from aliens and make the Earth an unsafe place for humans to live, so they're all on the moon. And then we met Adam and Eve, which are two other androids, I guess, who are very curious about humans and want to go dissect the humans that live on the moon. But we don't want that to happen, so we killed Adam, and then he was torturing our boyfriend, 9S, so we rescued him. And we also made contact with a group of, like, peaceful robots who are living in the forest. And they seem okay so far. And we killed a big fish robot as well.
All right. Yes, that sounds correct.
I think that's basically everything.
I think you're right. My microphone is picking up a bunch of weird shit. Let me fix that. We have an echo, so there is a problem. Why did you do this to me?
Still have two, like, microphones.
There it is. Yeah.
On an OBS.
That was it, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we're just gonna do a quick. I'm just gonna do a quick. We're gonna just sit here and do an audio check because I don't want to fucking deal with this later. Test, test, test. That's me. Still an echo. That's weird. Sorry. Always something. It can't like go well. Turn that one off.
British Trickster just joined and says, "Hell yeah, finally a good game."
Yeah,
yes, once we get around to actually playing it. Yes.
Get the audio figured out. Yes.
Which one's British Trickster again? Is it Hyper or Hybrid? I remember they both have Trickster.
Hyper is British Trickster. And Hybrid also said he'd be excited to join, so hopefully we get both.
He said he wouldn't miss an Automata stream despite having missed the last two. And we got Rame as well.
Hello, Rame.
You mean no?
Oh, yes, I do mean no. Jesus.
Okay, I think our audio... Actually, no, I'm glad you're here. Please let us know if our audio is okay. Yes. OBS fucked some stuff up, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to listen properly in the stream. Okay. I'll let you know.
Let me turn you personally up a little bit. Okay, well, after all that, at least, you know what? At least we're not streaming from the Chinese servers today, so it should look fine. Okay, so sorry. Thank you for the recap, X Death. I think you got everything right. Yeah, we just killed Adam, I believe.
No, yeah, it was Adam.
Adam, yeah, who wanted to experience. He wants to experience the ultimate everything about life, including death, which he did. I don't think he liked it very much, but he's dead now, so too late to worry about that. And yeah, we did rescue 9S after we got kind of blown up a little bit by a very, very large robot. And 2B expressed a little bit of emotion. She seems to care about 9S because she reacted in extreme rage when she saw what Adam had done to him. So that's kind of the first indication, I think, that 2B really cares about him somewhat.
She keeps saying that the androids aren't allowed to have feelings, right?
Right, but she's
breaking her own
she's
rules.
breaking the rules. Wow, when the last time we had this many viewers?
It's been a while. Good. Did you do a Discord stream?
Oh yeah, shit. I see. With all that troubleshooting, I forgot something.
I want to listen to the wonderful music.
It's good.
Automata.
Okay.
I think I was checking, and I think you, Mr. A, sound like fairly lower than Evil Text.
Okay, let me.
So like
fix
you're
that.
still I can hear you, but you definitely notice like.
Okay,
It's
test.
lower.
I think my levels look good now. That should be better.
Boost yourself a little.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. What's my objective? Let me get back to the game here. Active quests.
Yes, let's play the game.
Let's play the game. This is, to anybody who's thinking, wow, this is a lot of troubleshooting. It's less than the last two times because we had some pretty serious stuttering issues due to OBS automatically selecting the Taipei server for us to play from.
Over the Heavenly Kingdom, that's why.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I think I'm supposed to go back to the bunker. Let's go to the command room and check in there. When I check active quests, it only tells me check the mail from command. That's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Get to the mailbox. So yeah, those of you excited about. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
I persuaded you to blow up the bunker. It's a side ending, I guess. A bonus ending.
I have not. Yeah, we'll do some exploration of the. We did a little bit of exploration of some of the secret endings, but not that one yet.
We saw the one where you disconnect your own OS. Did we see any of the other ones besides that?
I think we saw the one where I just like lose in the prologue or something.
No, we didn't see that.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah,
you mentioned it. But
I mentioned it.
Show it off.
Yeah, really haven't seen any others. Yeah, I kind of forget how to get a lot of them, but
Apparently blowing up the bunker is one way.
include a bot command with a list of people who chat in the stream and who's talking at the moment. Oh, that would be useful. We have pro streamer Galactic Baron here with some Twitch tips. Alright, due to the destruction of Codename Adam, we have been able to deal a significant blow to the enemy's network system. I've already confirmed that numerous machine life forms have been severed from the network as a result. So the network is the group of bad robots fighting us, and we know some are off network and they're peaceful or just at least not immediately hostile. And as the commander tells us, just because they're not connected doesn't mean they no longer pose a threat. So we know how to gather some intel on the machine life forms and report back to me if you see any machines behaving oddly. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing, I suppose.
Analyze current trends among the machines. Huh. Something tells me this is going to involve a lot of killing.
Proposal. Procure information from the machine life form known as Pascal.
Yes, that makes sense.
I suppose he might know something. Pascal, can you hear me?
How do you blow up the bunker? You just self-destruct in... Oh, okay, you just said it, yeah.
Do you need something?
We can do that, let me
I want to
save.
know if you've seen any new trends or behaviors among the machines.
New trends? Well, 2 days ago I was contacted by some machines that disconnected themselves from the network. They wanted to discuss a peace treaty.
No kidding.
Apparently, they're seeking to form an alliance of some kind with our village.
If that's what they want, why don't they move in?
I believe they're working on building a colony of their own.
You don't say.
Indeed. Apparently, it's located in the abandoned factory. I can give you the coordinates if you'd like.
Please.
I was actually planning to go speak with them myself, you know. Maybe we can meet up over there?
Sounds good.
Target location data
Okay,
obtained.
there we go. Now we have an objective.
Yes, good. Okay, so I'm gonna run to the save and then we'll get the bunker ending. Yeah, I forgot about that one. We'll get that one quick. Save. Cool. Commander still floats about with a stern look on her face. Yes, I can imagine. And there it is. The end. Thanks, everyone. Oh. Okay. No, for a sec, you had some serious background noise.
Yeah. It's the classic fridge issue, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's quit fucking around. Oops. Get back to the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get to this game's amazing hack and slash mechanics.
Yes.
I've been missing those.
Yes, exactly.
This game's combat is way better than Devil May Cry's, to be honest.
Which one? Which Devil May Cry have you played?
None of them.
Oh, okay. Well, we personally know a very prolific Devil May Cry, OG Devil May Cry speedrunner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you have a lot of background noise.
Oh man, I'm fixing things here.
Okay.
That's why I keep muting myself and coming back.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. Meet Pascal. Oh, at the abandoned factory. Whoops, I'm stupid. Let's do that. Near the factory. Okay, yeah, we're actually, if this is what I think it is, we're very close to the end of our first playthrough. So we'll definitely end the first playthrough this stream, unless something goes wrong. But oh, Hyper says going to work. See ya. Have fun. Thanks for popping in.
Yep.
How's it now?
No background noise, but your
better
voice
than
sounds not great.
Not great, that's
Okay, I think it's
understandable or quiet.
I think it's okay now. You just had a little distortion, but I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, you're ready to finish in the first fight. That's very
It's a short game.
quicker than I expected.
And we're not really doing the side quests very much. I might go back and clean up some side quests before we really end
Guess
it.
that might be.
Actually, I think I might have to do
because-
that now.
Because when you told Hyper that you done the Adam guy, I was like, that's the last guy I fought in the game, and then I just stopped.
Well, yeah, that was so. There's
Played him a
multiple.
couple
Yeah,
times.
you do. I just fought him the second time where you, or was that the third time? Third time where you kill him. So he's dead. Spoilers.
I only- don't worry. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I already gave up on this game. I told you.
Exactly. You'll never play it. It's how
I
sad.
may play it if that's, but I don't know. I said that too.
All right, let me see if I think this might walk me into the ending sequence up here. So I might do a couple of side quests.
Are there any important side quests that we've left?
There's one I
unresolved?
want to do. There's one that has some story stuff that it foreshadows some things.
Machines can be rather unpredictable.
Even you?
In truth, yes. Now that we're cut off from the network, we no longer
Yeah, 9S is just taking 5 at this point in the game, I
He
guess.
is. He got stabbed pretty hard, and they don't want to put him in a new body unless they have to, I guess.
He got
so.
impaled in multiple places throughout his body, yes.
Yes. So we will actually, during the 9S
Pascal is
playthrough,
our
we'll
support character.
yeah, we'll see what he's up to. Well, I don't want to go in the factory. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess we'll just do
It
that.
seems like you've locked yourself in.
Maybe I have. That's okay. It's really not a big deal. We can always, in fact, go back through the chapter select later and do the side quests, but none of them are very
You could
important.
do that, yeah. That is an option.
I don't think I will. I'm not gonna worry about it. The main story is the big thing. It's not like Yakuza where the side quests are the real gold.
Uh-huh. There aren't very many games like that.
Yeah.
Good, this guy says we're entering the domain of God. So.
Yes.
The Majima Everywhere side quest.
Yeah.
Yakuza
Well, just
0,
all of them.
right?
Well, Majima Everywhere is in Yakuza Kiwami, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
just all the Yakuza games have good side quests. Okay, so we are going to visit. This is like priest. So the machines have also formed a religion. We see.
Yes, this is actually pretty common in anime, is that one of the antagonists or something will declare themselves to be God.
Yes. Dagoth from Morrowind.
Yes, classic anime.
Classic AI-generated character.
This all seems pretty shady if you ask me.
So why are you still here?
Well, I brought you this far, didn't I?
Pascal is very duty bound.
Appreciated.
Did we finish the philosophy bot side quest?
No, I don't think
John
so.
Baptiste, I think his name was. That's my favorite character so
Yeah,
far.
he's cool. I think there were a couple of robots we did not give messages from him or to him, but
For him to disdainfully not reply to.
yeah, there are a lot of quests we can do as 9S as
As
well.
9S
There
as
are
well,
a few that
yeah.
are unique to each character, but I think we can clean up a lot of these in the second playthrough anyway. I think his, because 9S is around for that one.
Pascal, I'm here to discuss the peace treaty.
That was the high priest, I think. Oh, okay.
Good for him. I thought he was just fucking dead. Yeah, this is Hybrid says one of his favorite sections, mine too.
All of you shall become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. All of you shall become as gods. All die together and become as gods.
Okay, so it's a
We
suicide
found a
cult.
suicide cult, yes.
Yes, we found Robot Jonestown.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate, Jonestown.
Jonestown.
A lot of there's a lot. There's too many suicide cults. All right, let's kill these crazy robots,
There's a way to collect.
Less talk, more
evangelical robots.
2B to bunker. We've had a run-in with hostile machines in the abandoned
Well, this is gonna be an extended combat sequence. So, how are you, Xdeath?
How extended is it? Do you think it's extended enough for a chapter of Gravity's Rainbow, or not quite
Oh,
that
I don't know.
extended?
Well, why don't we save that until we run out of like
I'm
interesting
determined that we
discussion topics.
will do it this stream, so if we get to like the last hour or something and haven't done it, then we must do it.
Okay,
But we can save it for now.
let's save it. Let's
Well,
save it until we
let's-
run out of real discussion topics. So, wait,
You're
let's get
duty
through a
bound.
few.
You're duty bound to read it this
Yeah,
stream,
exactly.
like Pascal.
Let's start with you then. What have you been doing over the past week?
Well, let me think. I played a couple of games. I've been playing, so I was playing Sea of Thieves last time we spoke, and
Yes.
I
That's right.
kind of, it's fun, but I kind of, it reminded me of a game I played as a kid, like really young, called Sid Meier's Pirates, which I don't know if you've heard of. You
Yes,
probably,
of course. I'm familiar with Sid Meier's Pirates.
yeah, okay, cool. Yes, that's a really fun game, and I have always been looking for games like it because it's fun, and I like games with ships, sailing mechanics, and it's really hard to find a game that quite captures the same general piratey feel as Pirates. But Pirates is an old game, so I was hoping for something a little newer. But I went back and played some Pirates, and then I kind of like looked up like games like this, anything like this. That's a little more modern, or not even more modern, just like different, because I played that one. And I found out there's a good PC Gamer article, which I want to shout out PC Gamer for. This is like the second time, or maybe even third, that they've done a really good write-up on a like a kind of sort of obscure mod community that I've taken interest in. So there's this game way back in the day, I think like early 2000s, called Sea Dogs, and they made a sequel called Sea Dogs 2, but like at the last minute, Disney bought it out and made them change it into a Pirates of the Caribbean game. I think all they did was like change some of the characters'
I
names.
remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that for like Xbox?
That's actually interesting because I was thinking of that game, Sea Dogs, because I have City of Abandoned Ships myself.
Oh yeah.
I was considering streaming that sometime, perhaps.
Well, so yeah, then this might be very relevant to you. There's a modding community that's been around for like 20 years at this point, and they extensively modded the Pirates of the Caribbean game to make it like probably like the most in-depth and maybe even realistic, but that's not especially meaningful, but like pirate simulator. So like it has like RPG mechanics, and they totally revamped like the world map to more accurately represent the Caribbean at the time, and like the politics and like all sorts of new ships and like very realistic sailing mechanics to the point where even I, a simulation enjoyer, don't set it to the maximum settings because it's kind of tedious. So I've been enjoying that, and I kind of thought I'd like check it out and be like, okay, that's cool, but it's kind of old. But it is old, and the controls are weird and janky. But I keep kind of coming back to it because it's just so like deep and well done and interesting. So Null, if you're interested in streaming a game or Sea Dogs or a game like it, I can give you some info on that mod if you want to showcase it. But I've been playing as a British naval officer and just hunting the filthy French around the Caribbean. So really enjoying that. So that's kind of that's where my Sea of Thieves journey has ended up so far. And
there aren't too many pirate games to like compete with that, I suppose.
There really aren't. Okay, I know we've been able to move on.
Assassin's Creed 4, but that has like tons of Assassin's Creed in it.
Yeah,
so
it's all Assassin's Creed bullshit.
It definitely.
That is a good game. Like, I did enjoy that. And what annoys me is anytime I look up like good pirate games, everyone's like, yeah, AC4. It's like, no. I've played it. Stop recommending that.
Pirate games without Assassin's Creed in them. Yeah, normally. Sometimes I like pose opposition to complaining that games are old, but I get what you mean when it's the Irish pirates that you're talking about. Yeah,
it's just like there's weird like negative mouse acceleration, so moving around is a pain in the ass, and then like you can speed up time, but the speed up time also speeds up the controls, so you're just like flying around. It's just like really jank, but it's still really good, so I'm enjoying it. They put a lot of love into it. I think I don't need any recoveries. I think I'm okay.
There was
So not every robot is suicidal, just to point that out. And I think we talked over it a little bit, but 9S had hacked into this robot, so he's around. He just doesn't have his body back. Anyway. Okay, yep. This is the big escape sequence. So.
There was a game Yahtzee reviewed just recently that was like a sailing, not really a pirate game necessarily, but a sailing.
Oh yeah, the Chinese
game.
one.
Yeah. What was that called? It was like Sailing World or something.
Yeah, something like that. It didn't. His review was not especially positive.
Not glowing, no.
It didn't seem to be the type of thing that I like look for, which is like ship on ship battles with pseudo-realistic sailing mechanics.
No, I think it's more of a mercantile simulator.
Yeah. And like one thing I do like, or the thing I like about this mod, the mod is called New Horizons. One thing I like is like it's really the on land stuff that's really jank, and like the sailing part is where it really shines. So that's the part that I like the most. There's plenty of games where you walk around on land and hit things with a sword, so who cares? Actually, what I really like is you can interact with famous characters from Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, and you can even play as young Jack Sparrow. So super cool.
Totally dope.
Okay, good. We can save.
So they didn't take that aspect out for the mod.
No, they didn't.
They might have done that.
No, they're like, you can ignore it if you want, but we'll leave it in. And I think they might have even expanded on it like everything else. So that's fine. You can even start with like, you can play as Davy Jones and have like a cursed magic ship. Like whatever you want to do, man. It's like, hey, that's fun. I think you can turn that stuff off if you're a purist. Yes. Those movies are fun.
I haven't seen any of them since I was like 10.
Yeah, same.
But the first one is the best.
Which one's the best?
The first.
The first one.
Yeah, the first one is the best.
Blackbird one. Yeah.
There are like weapons here, but I don't know if
there's a Disneyland ride before it was a movie, right?
That's right. Funny.
Correct.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I'll do a little exploration just to see if we can find some weapons, just because they're here. Why not pick them up?
Something fun is that Johnny Depp was, I think, considered for the role of Jack for Titanic.
Oh yeah.
But a couple years later, he did Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah.
Okay, so, I want to point this out. This pile of corpses. I've never seen this before, but it's because these smashers insta-kill you, so I guess a bunch of players. That's like 20 people that just fucking died here. Alright, we'll be very careful. Holy shit. I've never seen that
You
before.
don't want to wind up in that pile. If that pile gets too much
No.
bigger, it'll turn into Legion from Castlevania.
That's right. Oh, I've never seen that. I guess it's a popular game on Sunday. A lot of people fucking
I
up
like
this
to thank the
section.
TMP streams because of the resurgence in
Oh, I
their
hope so. Yeah, with our
popularity.
280p quality or whatever.
Yes.
Oh man.
And
Looks
just
fine
two
today
viewers.
though. Thank God.
2 viewers, which is just you and me having a stream open.
Yeah.
2B, keep going straight.
Okay, I will
We're up
not.
to
I'm gonna go
5.
up here. Fuck, I can't. Okay, there's a weapon up there. I know how to get to it. I'll get to it later. Yeah, we're up to 5 today. Really, really impressive. I'm just gonna ignore those guys.
Okay, so
That's my
Pirates of
pirate
the Caribbean
adventure.
game. What other games have you played?
I also picked up, so I don't know if you're familiar with the game Pharaoh. It's like a city builder, like Egyptian-themed city builder.
I feel like I've heard of
You've
it
probably
like
heard
once
of it.
before, but
Yeah, they recently released a remaster or a remake. Well, more of a remaster, like updated graphics, and they just mostly left the mechanics the same, called Pharaoh: A New Era. So I've been playing that because I love city builders, and I enjoyed playing Pharaoh. One thing that kept me away from it is just like the UI is just really outdated, and it was a little hard for me to really get into. So this new game kind of really helps with that. But yeah, just Egyptian-themed city builder. You have to build a city, provide your citizens with their needs, and they'll upgrade and pay taxes, and you build big monuments and stuff.
like Populous or something like
Yeah.
that.
Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned Populous. We should talk about that game. But stop bombing me. Okay, we have to come back here later as 9S to hack that
This game has
chest. I just want
mixed
that.
reviews on Steam. 67% of the 1,118
Yeah.
user reviews for this game are positive.
It's because purists, fans of the original, didn't like some of the changes they made. And to be fair, there is an issue with
With
like
the graphic style, it does seem like it's very much sort of trying to evoke the original game rather than it looks like it's from like 1990.
yeah, it is. And if you look at the original, it looks very similar. It's just like higher res, but it has a bit of a more cartoony style, which people complained about. And it also, like the UI, some of the UI changes are really good, but some kind of lose some style. They're a little more generic. And the game, like, brutally spams you with notifications nonstop. So that is a legitimate complaint that I have encountered as well. So there are some legit complaints, but I do think a lot of the negative reviews are also just people being like, I don't like it's not as pixelated as I like, or whatever. So
Well, the
I don't know.
top review is like a guy saying that he wishes it was a reskin, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fair, but I mean, like, I don't know what, if any, mechanics they actually changed. I just think that
Yeah,
there's some
half
UI
his
changes.
review is comparing the changes to the original.
Yeah.
Houses no longer consume beer, pottery, or linen.
Oh, really? What?
Apparently.
I thought they did. Well, and this is the stuff that can be probably easily modded, because, like, nobody plays the original Pharaoh without mods either. And the devs, like, it kind of recently came out, so the devs might fix some of that too. So, I mean, and again, as someone who isn't a huge fan of the original, like, I enjoyed it, but, I don't really care that much. So there are some things, like I said, the notification spam that I hope they fix, but as far as, like, okay, that needs to be hacked
Well, I
as
think
well.
if you wanted the game to just be a reskin of the original with no changes, I feel that is a misguided desire when the original already exists. I think if you're gonna go with the effort to remake it, you should try to make some kind of substantial
Right.
change to
It's
it.
like people
besides
wanting
just-
Vicky 3 to be just Vicky 2 again, right? It's like, might have been
Yeah.
better, but...
Well, at least for that one, it would have it could have allowed the online to not be the nightmare that it is
yeah,
for
to not
the online
outright
Vicky 2
not
players.
work for us.
Yeah.
Wait. Was that... oh, that there was a shortcut. Okay. This oh, yeah, sorry. I did mean to... Hybrid mentioned a while ago that the music here is great, and this is one of my favorite, like, tracks in the game. It's just very, like, epic and dire sounding. It's this big escape sequence. I did want to point that out real quick. But... yeah, I was playing that, and so similar to Sea of Thieves, it served also to remind me of another game that I had kind of dropped a while ago called, I think, Egypt: The Old Kingdom, which is kind of an obscure indie title where it's very historically focused. The game even, like, includes, like, historical tidbits and an encyclopedia and a quiz you can take after your playthrough to see how much you learned. But it's just about like the development of Egypt throughout. Did I just glitch through the ceiling?
Apparently
Oh, no, that's a fucking secret. Oh, cool.
pre-dynastic Egypt as well. There's Egypt Old
Yeah,
Kingdom.
so Egypt Old Kingdom is a continuation and remake of pre-dynastic Egypt. How to get out of here? It's interesting. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. Oops. I just keep not falling. Yeah. So I actually had played that one first and beaten it. And Old Kingdom is like it's not really a sequel. It's more of like a remake, and then I think continues after. Because it includes the pre-dynastic era as well. So yeah, I was playing that, and I had never beaten it because I was trying to beat it on like historical settings because I'm just a sadist or masochist, and I just like kept losing because it is fairly challenging. It's kind of like it's sort of like a Civ light. It's all about like placing workers to gather resources and then like.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screenshots, and most of them are just like a bunch of pictures of workers placed over.
Yeah, that's the whole game is workers placed in places. But you may like make decisions about like how to subjugate your neighbors, whether peacefully or not, and it's a tech tree and stuff. So it's kind of a light version of Civilization. It's entirely Egyptian focused. So I played that too, but it's kind of like it's not. Oops, some of these are friendly. I'll just leave them all alone. I wouldn't consider the game like super replayable. Like once you beat it and learn about Egypt, it's like, all right, I learned it.
It was developed with the assistance of Egyptologists.
Yes, I think it is like really historically accurate, which I think is neat. I like to learn sometimes, you know. So I know a little bit more about Egypt than I did before. I know that there was pre-dynastic and Old Kingdom eras. Even just based on the game titles, except you just learned something about Egypt. Which is
well,
just...
you know, I'm an expert Egyptologist, so I already knew that.
That was my biggest lament about you taking a hiatus from AFT is I was like, damn, we lost our primary Egyptologist.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something up there, but I'm not gonna worry about it. So I played that too, but again,
the next game in the sequel will be Egypt, the First Empire, right?
Yeah, maybe, or Egypt, modern day Egypt. Who knows?
Oh, that'd be an exciting one.
Yes. Completely unrelated. But I kind of played that, and then yeah, I'm still working through a new era. But it reminded me of...
would you say is the superior Egypt game between Egypt, Old Kingdom, and Pharaoh and New Year?
Pharaoh is a better game, even though Pharaoh is also educational. I don't know if any Egyptologists help, but it has an encyclopedia.
So Egypt, Old Kingdom is more educational too.
I think so. It's intended to be. And you know, they've been vetted by Egyptologists, so you know it's legit. Whereas anything I learned from Pharaoh New Era, I don't know if I can trust it. You know what I mean? So we're about to fight a boss.
Yes, that's quite evident from the arena.
Yeah. I might be wrong.
I'm
pretty certain this is a boss arena.
You're planning on visiting Egypt?
Sorry?
Egypt.
Do you plan on visiting Egypt?
Oh yeah. But yeah, I think Pharaoh is I enjoy more.
I wouldn't really want to go to Egypt as a tourist nowadays, I don't think.
Well, I'd like to, but I think it's kind of there's a lot of problems that make it unpleasant for tourists. But I have my aunt-in-law went and liked it, and I have a good friend that lived there for a while, and I think he liked it. So maybe I'll ask them for tips. And my aunt definitely went with a guide, which is like basically necessary, unless you want to get like harassed. As a man, I'm less concerned. I just know that like my wife is going to be like sexually harassed, so that's kind of no fun.
Maybe she can go to like Portugal again, like you would go to Egypt.
Go to Egypt alone, yeah. I think if you're with a guide, like you'll be okay. But yeah, because I do like the history of it, but my understanding is like it's kind of all there is. I don't know. Like the culture is cool anywhere, but I don't know if that's worth it, right?
I think you actually need a visa if you're from the US. Visit Egypt. Let me check that because I think I might have seen that.
Okay.
No, Egypt now isn't really that much like the ancient Egypt that historians have always been so interested in.
No. But like, I would go see like the ruins and stuff. So that's what I would be interested in. And then like, I've never been to a kind of Middle Eastern or like Arabic cultured country, so that would be cool too. But I wouldn't like if I was going just for that. I probably wouldn't go to Egypt specifically. I think there might be better countries to visit.
Slightly better places to go to for that, yeah.
But I don't know. So yeah, I would like to visit Egypt at some point, but it is not really on my list right now for reasons.
Because Egypt, the Old Kingdom, is kind of all you needed.
Yeah,
really.
right. I've learned it. I've seen it through my computer screen. I could fly. I've flown over Egypt in Microsoft Flight Sim, so I don't know what else is there. So, but yeah, I'll continue playing Pharaoh New Era. I'm working my way through the campaign. I like city builders. This is a good challenging one with a really great community that's been around for like 20 years. So a lot of good guides and tips out there. So that's fun. That's kind of been my Egypt journey. I think that's mainly been what I've been up to. I don't think I've been playing anything else.
Okay, so I checked, the official government page for the US, it's a travel government page. It says that you do need a tourist visa.
Okay.
If you're from the US to enter Egypt.
Okay.
Oh, good to know. Any American tourists out there looking to go to
Yeah,
Egypt?
anybody looking to go to Egypt, get a visa. Don't just fly in there. You will be detained. And I wouldn't want to get detained in Egypt.
I mean, I guess it's usually the flight companies, check your passport and if you have to.
Usually, yeah, but better double check yourself.
Well, I mean, not necessarily just that, but even if you're telling us how the US, I guess you have to go through like a migration check, and they might ask you. Well, I mean, I'm not sure from the US. It's been a while since I've gone there properly, but I did go LA over last year. But it's different for me, obviously, because I do need a visa to enter the US. So.
Yeah. We did just defeat the big spider boss. I sure hope we don't fight like 20 more of those throughout the game. Yeah, that's because Egypt isn't like a U.S. friendly country, so I didn't need a travel visa to go to Portugal, for example. But
yeah, no, you don't need
me.
for the European Union. You don't need that.
Right.
I mean, I don't even need a visa either.
Oh, I just changed my weapons. Okay. No, not Pascal. Alright, that's the factory sequence.
Maybe a big wrecking ball from Overwatch type of creature as the boss.
Yeah, it did turn into whatever that big hamster's name is, I forget.
Or something like that, I think.
You may recall this door was locked earlier because this is the first area we're in the game, and now it's, that's where we came from. So, and this was a robot factory, but now they're kind of going crazy and being turned into gods, as you can see. So, yeah.
Well, half of the network went down. We killed Adam, apparently, so maybe that's part of the reason why.
Yeah. Well, just religion, it's a cancer on society, right? Ruins this robotic society.
That's true.
Yeah. This is very, very Suicide Cult vibes with they're like frightened and okay, jeez. Yep, there they go.
That's the tornado.
This lava texture is unimpressive, but whatever.
Well, that's not why we played this game. We played this game for the excellent hack and slash mechanics.
That's true. Although I do
You didn't play it to see them go out like the T800.
Well, there's infinitely many reasons to play this game. It's one of the best games ever made. And Yoko Taro is an artistic genius.
She's an auteur.
Auteur, yes.
Auteur. Makes very avant-garde games.
Yes, exactly. Okay, Pascal is like, exploration is not allowed. Fine, let's go.
I always hate that when you're like trying to explore an area in the game and an NPC makes you.
Yeah,
not.
you can come back. Okay, well we're done. I mean that's it. We can always come back there.
Why did you have to die?
Here's Dante.
It's not fair. My only brother. Damn them.
Okay, yes, this is Eve.
Kill them.
Yes.
Very contrary to biblical mythology, is a man.
Actually,
Although he does not have a penis.
He does not have a penis, and you don't know what he identifies as. So.
I guess that's true.
I had no idea such a vast space existed beneath the abandoned factory. I need to
Now you know.
return and investigate as soon as possible. When I
Item.
do, perhaps you'd be willing to join me?
No.
Thanks.
I called it. Yeah, well, you don't get to tell me when and
I'm
where
heading
to
back to the
explore,
resistance
Pascal.
camp. What about you?
Oh, I'll probably wander back to the village. I have plenty on my plate there.
I see.
Do you like Pascal's running animation?
Yes, it's cute. I was wrong, so we're not locked into the end sequence at all. So we
That's
can...
good.
Yep, that is most excellent.
Say again? I'm not receiving.
Scanning for interference.
You heard.
The machine requesting backup. Forces in range. Please, we can.
Let's see.
Let's move.
Okay, right. It's one of those things where it's like, we have to hurry, and then you just can fuck around for like 10 hours.
Yes, classic. Classic video game.
Oh, let's check my
thing.
mail.
You know what game was brutal for that was Tomb Raider 2013, because like every single part of the game it was Lara Croft saying I have to hurry and rescue my friends, and then
Right.
every single level you'd like comb through the whole thing looking
Yeah.
for optional tombs and collectibles.
That game is rife, just teeming with narrow ludonarrative dissonance.
I think there's like the poster tile of that.
Yeah. This music is good too, the peaceful exploration music. Okay, so we're getting some robots airdropped in.
Ludonarrative
this is-
dissonance, in case anyone does not know, is when the gameplay and the story are like at odds with one another. They contradict one another. It's a very pretentious term that somebody made up for that.
Yeah, I made it up.
Oh,
welcome.
well.
So these robots have their faces kind of torn off, and they're all like blinky and glitchy, so they're getting
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
The robots are getting worse and worse as we go.
Yes, the machines. Stop. Okay, fuck you. I'm just gonna leave.
Is that the official terminology?
Machines?
Machines.
Yeah, the machines. I don't have to fight anyone.
Whereas the Yorha people are androids, I suppose.
That's correct, yep. Now you're getting it. Oh, right. I keep forgetting I can glide on the pods, so instead I just face plant every time. You know what I'll do? I'll turn the music up. I don't think it's gonna get in the way of our speech.
Oh, you know what I found out is that Nier is a word in French and it means deny.
Ah! Well, this
I'm
game
pretty
is
sure that has nothing to do with why this game is called that.
About either game. No denial at all. Either Nier game. Alright, I think that's a good volume. I'm gonna go do some side quests while the resistance camp is under threat.
Yes.
Wait. Actually... Well, there's the one I...
Can't wait.
Yeah, they're fine. Their job is to resist.
Exactly.
There's a specific one I want to do. No. Oh, what? I think actually I just have to turn it in, maybe. Maybe I just haven't picked it up. Cleared quests. What's the one I'm missing? The one I'm thinking about. Oh, that's fine. I'm not gonna fucking, like, scrounge for quests. I'll go check this one out.
Nier is also a word in Dutch and it means kidney.
Okay, interesting. I don't know if I don't know if that one's related, but...
In Danish it means 9.
9, okay.
And
Well,
in
there's a character,
Afrikaans, it also
9S.
means kidney. That's true.
Maybe his kidneys become relevant. Maybe he was stabbed in the kidney earlier.
That's possible, I think.
Yeah, I don't think he actually has a kidney, but if he... that location.
Maybe not. We can't confirm or deny whether or not he has a penis
Yeah,
yet.
right.
We only know about Adam and Eve.
What? It's supposed to not get hit?
And presumably 2B does not have one either, but some of the fan art disagrees with that.
Yes. I'm sure there's fan art. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I'm not gonna keep retrying this. We'll do it later. I just wanted to see what that quest was. I forgot you can't get hit there, and I don't want to like subject our viewers to. Yeah.
Side quest. That's always so frustrating.
Okay, what's our other quest that we have outstanding? Speed Star. Oh, the race. I don't want to do that either. So we're just gonna go.
There's
we're
one
just
you
gonna
had
go
in
to the camp.
mind that apparently has story relevance. What was that one then?
Well, we don't have it yet, and I don't. I thought I was doing it. There's one android that like lost her memory, and you have to go take pictures of places to.
Oh yeah,
Which we. I
you
think
did
we
go
did.
to one of the places.
I went to
It seems
one.
the Oasis.
And you know what? I think maybe we're too late to finish that right now because she's in the resistance camp, and so if it's under attack, maybe we've locked out that quest right now. So it's not even relevant.
Okay.
I don't see that quest in my quests list.
When you go, I guess you can't really go to the resistance camp and not trigger the story thing either. Then.
Yeah, so we'll just, I think as 9S you can do it. And it's not like a huge story thing, it's just like foreshadowing, so, you know, we'll still get the story
Is
thing.
it still foreshadowing when you're 9S?
Yeah, I
guess
think
so, yeah.
so. I think
It's
that
basically all the
particular...
same events when you're 9S, right?
Right, and I don't think that particular reveal happens until 9S's playthrough, in fact, so I think we're safe from that spoiler in 2Bs. The foreshadowing will be... I guess now I keep saying it's foreshadowing, if I play the quest it'll spoil it, so maybe I've just ruined it anyway.
No.
It's fine.
What a shame.
What a shame.
It was a good spoiler, would have run away today.
Yes.
Like, you played Pirate Game, you played Egypt Game. Have you, been watching any TV shows with your wife or anything like that?
Yeah, we started watching, I think I talked about last time, Fauda, that, like, Israeli-Palestinian show.
Yes, you did.
So we're still watching that, it's good. I don't really have much more to say about it. Oh, yes, so they're eating people here.
Reading the androids?
Yes, well, you know, androids are people, too. The question is whether or not machines are people, you see. Yeah, so the machines have become cannibalistic. Well, I guess it's not cannibalism because they're not eating their own kind, but carnivorous. Yeah.
If androids are people and people are animals, then are androids animals too?
Exactly. Yes. We are brothers and sisters
You're
to the
increasing
roots
the
and
amount
more.
of philosophy in this game.
Yeah, it's gonna collapse on itself.
It might overtake Planescape Torment as the most philosophical game of all time. It's funny that you guessed that, because as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, that's going to be Planescape Torment as well.
Oh, yeah. No, that's... It doesn't even matter if that's the game. It's just I know that's what people would say is the most philosophical game, so... I'm intimately familiar with the gaming community.
There were two games when I was 16 that I really wanted to play because I heard about everyone on GameFAQs and stuff saying they were the best story ever in video games. And those were Planescape Torment and Xenogears.
Interesting. And what do you think now?
Neither of them is the best game story.
Okay. That's fair.
I think Xenogears is like the JRPG equivalent to Planescape Torment, so that's why it was.
I see, yeah. But yeah, I've been watching Fauda, and that's about it. My wife asked me if I had any interest in watching the like Wakanda Forever or the
new Marvel movie.
Yeah, I was like, no. So she's like, all right, I'll just watch it on my own. Okay.
Did you like it?
No, she hasn't seen it yet. I think she's just making plans. Yeah, making plans with some friends or something.
Is that at theaters now?
I don't know, probably.
Or watch it on Disney Plus or something.
Maybe we don't have that. I want to resubscribe Disney Plus to watch Andor, the new Star Wars show that I hear is quite good. But I'll probably do it when the new season of The Mandalorian is out, so we can, kill two birds with one stone, as the saying goes.
Right.
That's about it, I think. I got sick. My wife got a stomach bug, like, early in the week, and then I got it 2 days later, so that kind of ruined my motivation to do anything for a couple days. So...
That's the downside of having a wife.
Yeah, she, who works with kids in the ER, and they're always sick, the little bastards. Yeah. She was fine for a month because she was doing a community rotation where you do nothing and just, like, learn about people, but then she had to actually go back to, like, real work. Like, one of their assignments was, like, ride the bus to see how it is, and then, like, go to the city hall to see, or the Capitol building to lobby for a bill. And she said it was, like, really depressing because it's just, like, politicians, like, shilling their bullshit. And then the one guy she talked to, there was, like, a group of them, and they spent, like, 20 minutes explaining, like, why he should vote for a certain bill. And at the end, he was just like, so you guys are, like, real doctors, huh? He was like, that was it. That's all he got. So, okay, bye. So... Anyway,
that
now,
would be depressing.
Yes, now she's back to doing real hospital work, which is why I'm able to stream.
She's getting infected with diseases by children.
It's horrific diseases from little children. No, it was these only last like a day, and then I was like tired the next day or something. So it
Yeah,
wasn't
but
too bad.
then eventually you'll both get a
What's
really
going on
powerful
here?
immune system from this, I think.
I'm generally pretty good. Like she'll get sick for like
I have no
a
idea.
week, and then I'll get sick
They
for like
came
a
out of
day.
nowhere and just-
But this one was equal. I haven't had like a stomach virus since I was like 8, so that's not one that my
Yeah.
immune system is used to, I guess.
Me neither, but I think it's because I basically stopped leaving the house ever.
That helps. You have to like wear a bubble when you meet people. Well, yeah, the resistance camp and our side quests are all burnt up here. That's okay. We're gonna go. So we
Yeah,
are
not-
locked into the end game. That's alright. I mean,
Not
I'm
very
not-
good results for the resistance camp that we were so fond of.
Yes.
We had strange resistance man and strange resistance woman at it. I liked them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see him again. You know, no one ever really dies. So the last robot had an invulnerability shield, and this robot just electrifies all the water with all the fish. Okay, there we go. Last time 9S did some hacking for us, but here we can just shoot it till it chills out.
Right, he's at base, sitting like in bed, hacking.
Hacking, yeah. In his
Kind of begs the
dreams.
question of why he couldn't just do that from the very start.
Because he's a scout. S is for scout.
That's true.
So he has to. He doesn't just hack. So yeah. So he's not doing. He's actually not doing his job. But he's doing his best. He's doing what he can.
Yorha does not have like sick pay, so he has to.
Yeah,
find
he's still
someone just
working
to switch
while
it.
recovering. Yeah. Yorha doesn't have pay. As far as I'm aware.
Very true. So currency in this game is supposed to be just like bits and pieces from robots that
Yeah,
are
yeah.
destroyed, right?
Exactly. It's a barter economy.
The Goliath-class enemy screen has summoned the local machine life forms.
Okay.
Proposal.
Ouch.
Destroy the Goliath.
I guess I have the auto health thing on. I forgot I did. I looked up like some good builds, some meta builds, and tried them out on my solo playthrough, and yeah, like once we get later in the game and have some maybe more money, we can get some like health steal and stuff that makes us very hard to kill. That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Then we won't need these recovery items. Going like maximum health steal is kind of the meta, it seems.
That makes sense.
Whatever, what's it called in League? Not spell vamp, the other one.
Lifesteal.
Lifesteal, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
Some
We're gonna go
characters.
Bloodthirster build. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Gore drinker.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they changed it. Bloodthirster is gone, right? It is Gore Drinker now.
No, it's still,
Oh, it's still there?
that's one
Okay.
item.
I like
Totally
never
different
see it.
items. Yeah, not too many people use
It
it.
used to be like where Bloodthirster was go-to item on many ADCs, or
Yeah.
one of the a core part of the build.
It's a crit item now. It's like lifesteal
Oh.
and crit and high attack damage.
Okay.
So it's, I think like Yone and Yasuo use it. I don't
Okay.
really know if very many ADCs use it anymore though.
Well, that makes sense. Like Yone,
And
especially being an
Samira
edgelord.
probably maybe use it. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure if she actually likes crit.
Yeah, does she even
She
need
likes
lifesteal?
lifesteal.
I know she likes it, but
She gets Immortal Shield though, so she can like heal a dumb amount of health for when she does her ultimate.
yeah. Maybe I should pick up Samira, then I can win every game. Maybe you should pick up Samira.
She's a little more like Ash is like you just kind of right with and win.
Right.
Samira's a little bit more difficult than that.
Okay. Well, that's enough about League.
Yes.
Well, yeah, what have you been playing then? I think that's basically it for my week, honestly.
I think the only game I've been playing is Digimon World DS.
Oh, I see, I saw you, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching the anime, so I decided to play the game a little bit too.
Were you,
It's,
the original anime? Like the old school one? Or...
No, Digimon Tamers, which is
Okay.
the third season
Okay,
of,
gotcha.
of the anime. Yes, and sometimes considered to be the best one because it is written by a guy named Chiaki Kosawa, or not
Okay.
Konaka, who also wrote Serial Experiments Lain and Technolize, which is a popular snob anime, although I personally found it nearly unwatchable.
Okay.
And so there's some slightly darker themes in it, including one Digimon gets killed, and the girl who has him as her Digimon gets really sad after that. And there's
that
like
would
an
be sad.
anti-hero Digimon named Impmon who is a very unrealistic character. I don't think anyone could be like this in real life, but he's massively insecure and hides it by being aggressively unfunny. So.
Oh, that sounds, I don't know. That's an impossible personality, I think. But it worked for a cartoon.
Yes, exactly. And then throughout the rest of the series, he like lurks around at trying to annoy the other characters about how they're terrible for like the Digimon are terrible for being friends with humans and have no self-respect. And then we find out that he used to be like the pet Digimon of two really young children who like don't know how to share. So they pulled his arms and they do this to a teddy bear and break the teddy bear, and he gives him like post-traumatic stress disorder watching that. He flashback when he was that teddy bear getting his arms pulled on, and then he like makes a deal with the devil and becomes powerful and tries to kill them for a bit, and then he makes up for it later. So he has, like an anti-hero redemption arc thing, which is more complicated characterization than Digimon normally has.
You okay?
Good thing
So there's stuff. Okay, let's see what's going on with 9S.
Yeah, 9S is back. He suicided his little flying mech thing.
Parachuted in to try and save the day.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's Eve.
Here's Eve.
He's
He's
like
got
half-
tattoos.
Yeah. He even got a face tattoo. That's pretty hardcore.
It's gonna
So
be
he's
hard
just
for
like
me to
really,
do.
really upset that we killed his brother.
Yeah.
Now the robots are doing this thing again. This was how he formed.
Yeah. Now they're
You okay?
I'm fine.
letting him like morph into different shapes. All right.
So is this the final boss of 2D's playthrough then? 2D's playthrough.
Correct. Yep. So it's boss into boss action.
We're very close to the end.
We are. I forgot it was this close, but yep. So we'll be easily getting into 9S's playthrough today.
He's gonna have more than one phase, though. I can assume that.
Oh,
much.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Yes. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But okay. Does watching Digimon encourage you to act out in museums or?
No,
Oh, okay,
I'm
all right, that's
not
good.
like 6 years old.
Yeah,
I
that
never go
makes
to
sense.
museums, so.
Museums are fun.
Yeah, but I'm very poor.
If you tell them you're poor, they might let you in for free.
Oh, maybe. Then I also have to like take the bus to get there.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think there are any worthwhile museums in my town, anyways. And
Right, that's
I
fair.
don't have a car to go driving to the museum.
You don't
There
have
are
a
many,
curve on a museum, so.
many problems with the idea of me going to a museum.
All right.
Contrary to the people who play against me in League of Legends, I do not belong in a museum.
Okay. Right, chill. What are the lasers? Okay.
There's a lot of
It's
losers.
gonna like hurt him
Yes,
just to wait.
I'm thinking I will write a review of Digimon and we can criticism critique that next stream.
Okay.
My overall thesis statement about it is that people like to compare it with like serial experiments, Lain and Evangelion, and I think that gives a wrong impression of what the show is like because it's really just a Digimon show.
Okay, just a particularly good one.
It's
Or okay.
yeah, like it has some slightly more, I don't know, like deep themes in it than Digimon normally has, but it's still very much a shonen anime.
Okay.
Where
Right.
all the tropes you would come to expect from that are in there, like, and also very commercial as well. Like one thing that happens in the show is they can power up you and you Digimon cards, which
Oh,
was
hell
definitely
yeah.
partially included to try and get children to buy Digimon
Well, that's
cards.
that's the reason the show exists. Pokemon as
Yeah.
well, right? It's just a little bit less overt, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the same thing with the games for Pokemon is it's all for just for
Oh, yeah.
merchandising, really. And then they have like the really dramatic animations with their cards, and then they find out that like the more they believe in the efficacy of the cards, the more effective the cards become.
Okay.
Which is very much contrary to like what would happen in something like Evangelion, but very much like more like Gurren Lagann or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Believe in the heart of the cards, literally
Yeah.
right there.
Yes, and in fact, one of the three main characters, Ruki, starts out very similar to Kaiba in personality, or in general to or like Vegeta, like the shonen rival, very competitive character.
Like Dio in Jojo, except he actually becomes more of an antagonist as the show goes on.
Yeah. Or like the two characters I was talking about in Shaman King, who were both mistreating their shamanic spirits to get more powerful and competitive than
And
ever,
they
and they
learn
had
their
to be shown the
importance.
way.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's about to kill this very interesting and enjoyable boss.
Ruki even says, like, word for word, Digimon as friends, ridiculous at one point early on in the show. But then one thing I did like is that instead of learning about how important friendship is by losing to the main character, she just kind of learned it on her own by working with her Digimon, which is a better version.
I think that is
the
better,
same.
yeah, than being beaten into learning a lesson.
But it is very much the same thing where it's like the feelings and emotion of friendship is what gives you the true power in this show, because the way the Digimon evolve is like through their bond with their tamers.
There's too many.
So all that stuff's already shown in anime type of thing.
Can you hear me? Our village is under.
And another thing that I didn't like so much that is a common recurring thing in a lot of shonen animes is that the final battle is like 15 fucking episodes long, just back to back fighting the same guy forever. And whenever I'm watching the end of an anime like that, I get so tired of it by the end. Like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is like that too, with the last.
I'd say that's mostly long shonens though.
Yeah, more so
Like-
the longer ones.
like- Gurren Lagann is only like 2 episodes, I think,
Yeah,
for example.
more so the longer ones. Digimon Tamers like 50 episodes. So the showdown with the D Reaper, which is the big final antagonist, is like 10 episodes or something, and it's so long that they transform into their most powerful Digimon forms and then fight it for a little while, and then it's like the end of that day and they transform back to their normal forms.
Take a
and
nap.
go home. Yeah, they take a break.
Hell
for it.
yeah.
They do that like 3 or 4 times over throughout the course of
That's
fighting.
one way to get across the power of an enemy. It just sounds miserable to watch.
I think one of the problems is that like a lot of opportunities for characterization and reflection on the stuff that's happening kind of gets lost in how long the fights get dragged on for. Because there is also the one character's like depression is central to this last arc about fighting the D Reaper, but that kind of gets like shuffled to the side in comparison to just fighting it a lot for a really long time, which is a characteristic of the show in general, because there's like, it feels like there's a studio mandated that every episode has to have a Digimon for them to fight, which just takes away. It's fine because it is a kids action show, but it takes away from more chances to develop the characters and stuff more. So I was always kind of like appreciating when they actually had a scene of them just chilling out for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood was like that too, where the big final showdown, I got pretty tired of because it was just like episode after episode of all these characters fighting, and ranking up changes is another anime that suffers from that a lot. So, like the entire second half of the anime is just really long, tortuously drawn out, and that's on only like a 26 episode one.
Sure.
I'd say at least with Fullmetal Alchemist, they are different battles, so it's not like they're literally fighting the same guy in Dragon Ball style.
There's a lot of different characters doing their part of the big fight scene. That's what Ranking of Kings is like too. This does help, I agree. In Digimon, by the time they win the final beat the final boss, it's like 5 minutes from the end of the show. So there's only time for like one scene of reflection on what happened after that.
Yeah.
Which was a little bit disappointing. I was kind of hoping there'd be like at least an episode left after they had already beaten him.
Yeah. I think, I was gonna say, like, even in Stardust Crusaders, Jojo, I think the big Dio battle is like 4 episodes long, but maybe it's 2, and that one like didn't drag to me because it was like interesting. Like they, Jojo kept trying different things and they kept like one-upping each other and like it felt like it was progressing. So I guess I didn't mind it, but it definitely, even that still has that shonen trope.
I don't think Jojo is actually considered to be shonen, but that doesn't necessarily mean
it was in Shonen Jump, I think, but I guess I think so.
I think I heard about JoJolion or whatever being considered a seinen anime, but I could be wrong.
I think that the thing is that the first couple of parts of JoJo were, I think, published in shonen, but they did change publisher, like the magazine type eventually.
Yeah.
What is
Stardust Crusaders is essentially kind of like a shonen.
Just like slightly older demographic than shonen, like 20 to 30-year-old men or like grown men.
Yeah, I would say the later JoJos are probably more like that. Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, JoJolion is for seinen.
Okay. Seinen, more like semen. Got him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right.
My brother was everything.
Leading.
Now, everything must die!
Now the real boss. Warning, Eve. I think. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I think this is the first time we've seen a character's name, but no, Adam and Eve both had names on their bosses.
They both, and A2 as well had warning A2.
True, that's right. She's not a machine, but yes, she is a character. It is a machine. Well, yeah, we're about to wrap up after this, and one last epic cutscene, and then that's it.
You know, Eve and
Yes.
Adam being considered machines instead of androids really calls into question what the difference is, because their
yeah.
characteristics are kind of more similar to the androids.
The difference is
Well, you-
underwear. We don't know
Yeah,
if...
but
Or no, please.
I don't go. Finish the underwear.
I
Sorry.
was gonna say, I don't know if they're wearing underwear, right? We know that 2B and 9S are, and we've seen these guys
We
naked.
definitely know that 2B is.
Well,
Do we
that's true. We know what that
9S is?
2B is. We don't know that 9S is, so maybe that's
We
not
must
even it.
self-destruct when we take control of 9S and see if he loses any. clothing.
I will self-destruct as 9S
Just
and
for
see what happens.
comparison's sake, I would guess that he does not lose any clothing when that happens.
Okay.
That's my hot prediction.
Classic climb platforms to get to the boss.
Oh yeah.
Hollow Knight,
integrating
Prince
the
of Persia has this.
platforming into.
I was
the-
gonna say yeah, Prince of Persia has, but at least in Prince of Persia it's good. I say.
Fuck.
In this game, it's like platforming has never
There we
really
go.
been a part of the gameplay before this, so it's
Yeah,
really
no, it's like, oh, cool, and it doesn't. Oh, fuck me. This is gonna
like
be bad.
Hollow Knight jumping off platforms is very much the whole game. So that being integrated into boss fights is probably more sound design than
Right.
this game doing it.
Yes.
This looks somewhat annoying.
Yeah, it might be. Could be dodging more, but
It reminds me
I
a
want
bit
these.
of
Okay, there we go.
Rayman 3 actually.
Ooh,
Classic game.
classic
The
Rayman
final
experience.
boss, you also have to like platform section as you fight the last guy.
That game's a platformer as well, so it's more.
Yeah.
Yes.
physical.
Yeah, no,
it should
definitely.
have platforms.
It might be annoying. The first Ratchet and Clank, the final boss, like keeps running away from you and making you do platforming for a bit to catch up.
Oh, that's
to.
yeah. Last boss in Death's Door does that, where you fight him for a bit, then you have to go through like a not platforming, but like a gauntlet, and then fight him again and gauntlet.
Oh yeah.
And then if you die, it restarts you from the first phase.
Yeah. Same with Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah. It wasn't too bad because once you memorize the gauntlets after your first like 2 runs, it's really easy, but it's still like annoying.
Massive energy signature.
So I like that better than I think it was a third Ratchet and Clank. The final boss is like a vehicle section, yeah, whereas the whole game is a platform / shooter. So the final boss really should be that instead of vehicle section.
So you just absorbed the life force of any machines on the network and just got all his fucking health back.
Of course.
And Ninus is gonna hack his ass while I do all the fun bits. This is all foreshadowing to the 9S gameplay where 2B
Yes,
does
I
all
was
the
gonna
fighting
say.
and 9S hacks. That's all we're gonna be doing.
I'm gonna say that I'm guessing this boss fight will be even more fun than playing as 9S.
The hacking minigame is fun, but it's kind of the same thing over and over again, so yeah. But it does do a lot of damage when you succeed, though, so boss fights tend to actually go faster as 9S.
Oh yeah. We are kind of slowly whittling down his health
Yes.
here.
Yes.
What was the condition for reading Rainbow?
Except really wants to read it because he hates it. I
I
think
know.
it's going to be really uninteresting, but I think it's worth a shot. So
I
we'll
think
see.
it would be funny.
I think it might be. I mean, my favorite part of our criticism critique are the discussions after, of course. I admit I actually kind of like hate reading aloud with people. So,
Yeah.
but as long as the discussion is worth it, it'll be fun. But we'll see. It's definitely worth a try. And we do have times where we like run out of stuff to talk about, and so having like a big thing like that we can do
What
is
if you
Just wanted to.
what if you were reading a best time story?
reading what?
What if you were reading a best time story? Would that make it better?
It might, but you know, it just depends. Again, it depends on the discussion we can have after. Like we have a lot of good discussion about Phantom and Cristo.
horrible the book Strategy Rainbow is. Yeah. Yeah, I was reading that kind of Monte Cristo. The funny part that I got to recently was VL4. Like he finds out the account of Monte Cristo knows his secret about the child. He tried to bury it because it was his illegitimate child.
Oh yeah. Well, let's pause on the count because this is the final cutscene here. Epic
Okay.
finale. Big explosions. Very shonen.
This is definitely shown in anime.
And
Maybe sword broke, but her spirit lives
Sure.
on.
If she doesn't like, as long as she doesn't get into a conversation about how important friendship is to true strength for good.
Oh yeah, right. There's another phase. I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
So we can't. You interrupted me for nothing. Then.
Whatever. I wanted to see that. Okay. Sorry.
Yes, the guy Monte Cristo
Yeah.
turns out to know things about Beaufort that he shouldn't be able to.
Yes.
So he's like, "What's up with this guy?" But they're looking into it, and he finds out he sends out like some private investigators or something, like snoop on the Count of Monte Cristo,
Yeah.
and they find out, hey, there are two people in Paris who know a lot about the Count of Monte Cristo. There's a like a priest and an English businessman. You should go interview them. And so he does.
Yeah.
And both of those people are actually just also the Count of Monte
Yeah.
Cristo in disguise.
It's awesome. I love it. I forgot about the English guy. That one took me a while to actually realize it was him, because he comes up before, doesn't he? Or,
Yes.
yeah. So I actually didn't realize it was him until a little after. But yeah, that's right. Oh man, I forgot. I forgot how many people are actually just Edmond Dantes. Because there's have you gotten to the telegraph part yet?
Where he goes to the telegraph station and bribes a guy to like give him false advice about a king returning to Spain or something.
Yeah, and I think like maybe I'm misremembering. Actually, I might be wrong, but I think later somebody else comes back and like talks to somebody, and it's Edmond disguised as the telegraph operator or something. I might be wrong.
Oh
though.
yeah, probably.
But I think I might actually make that up. But yeah, that's great. That's right. So yeah, okay. Like yeah, he's awesome. He's a vampire. But,
Yeah, the English businessman who was also just the Count of Monte Cristo in disguise. Look, I tried to duel with the Count of Monte Cristo 3 times, and he kicked my ass each time.
yeah. Oh wow.
Range combat no longer operable.
Oh, we're injured. So we can no longer attack or dodge. So we died.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think we have to avoid this shit and keep shooting at him. Well, I should have healed more quickly.
That
I wonder
sounds
where it will
difficult.
start us from. Fuck, I hope I don't have to redo the whole fight. Okay, good. This is okay. Alright. Anyway,
That would be quite a pain
so
in the ass.
that's how far you've gotten, basically?
No, I was a little past that.
Okay.
One of the last things I saw was Franz Depinay is getting married to what's her face?
Yeah.
Beaufort's daughter, and then her grandfather like confesses that he murdered or killed Franz Depinay's father in a duel to make him annul the marriage
Right, yeah.
while being paralyzed. and
Yes,
everything
he
except for his
blinks.
eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
I was
right.
going to say that when you say that this is fine, getting back to this point, just reminded me of the final sequence in Ninja Gaiden. Oh, like the penultimate sequence actually.
I don't remember.
Fight, like, you have to fight like
That game.
5 bosses back to back straight.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that game, God, that game's, yeah. It's
That
brutal.
game's supposed to be really sadistic.
Very masochistic. Yeah, it's very masochistic.
So I admit I didn't have that hard of a time with it. Like the bosses were tough, but I found out that you can just spam aerial moves. Like you can launch characters.
Flying
and then,
Sora.
yeah, and like you can beat any enemy pretty easily with them being unable to attack you. So it was kind of boring, but it wasn't actually that hard. But the bosses are. I mean, it's still a tough
You
game
chased
though.
it.
Like the bosses are still really hard.
That can be a
Yeah.
problem with making the game really difficult, because you can end up making the player just resort to
Exploiting
using
it,
an
yeah.
exploit and then taking
Yeah.
all the fun out of it.
Like DMC had some optimal combos and shit, but it was still like fun, even on the harder difficulties, at least to me.
NFCS destroyed.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're getting into like I think the abandoned child is the first example of like a big like super dark secret that the Count has uncovered, and and everything kind of collapses on you know he's starting he's initiating his plan to fuck. He's trying to heal. This is gonna be
Revenge,
annoying.
yeah.
Yeah, he's the trap is closing around his
He
victims.
was
so-
also uncovering the thing that it was Albayar de Morsef's dad that like fucked over that one Greek ruler guy.
Oh, Fernand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
The one who married Mercedes.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Also, I
finished
keep...
the 4th volume of the book out of 6, so 2/3
hell
of
yeah.
the way through it.
Nice. Yeah, I keep forgetting how much of a soap opera that book is, but it's a lot of fun.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
Dumas was very much the popular.
he was. I should
Right,
actually
right,
read
yeah.
Three Musketeers next. Put on my
Yeah,
list.
just make sure we don't read the translation that takes out all the sex. And...
Oh no, yeah. In a French
That's
book,
probably
God
a
forbid.
translation.
Oh, there's no. I don't think there's any like sex in Count.
Not really, no.
There's women occasionally, but it's implied maybe that Cristo's slave is a sex slave, but she seems to be cool with it. So
I don't know.
actually, I
No.
don't know. Yeah, I really
It doesn't
mentions
really
that.
seem that way to me.
She just hangs around.
There's also like Mademoiselle Villefort has like a lesbian love interest
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
to the point where Dumas even actually compares her to Sappho in the text.
Damn.
Yes,
It's a sapphic friendship.
yes, something like that.
Do you plan on reading the sequel to Musketeers too? Discount
If I like it, I'm sure I'll like it. So yeah, I'll probably will. But...
That's the one with the man in iron mask.
Oh, cool. I like that movie. I think I do.
Now
It's
we're
been a
back
while
to
since
this
I've seen
phase
it.
that you keep dying on.
Yeah. I'll get it. I have to heal fast. Spam my health
Pretty
items.
much, yeah.
Like so. I hope something happens here, but no, it looks like me and 9S are both crippled. We're holding our arms while our pods do all the work. This is some kind of commentary where the pods actually win the game for us.
That's really deep.
Yeah. But,
Guess I was also playing a Digimon video game, which is a little bit like a
Oh, yeah.
shitty version of Shin Megami Tensei.
okay. Isn't SMT just like the grown-up version of Pokemon?
Kinda.
Okay. I mean, I played Persona, so I guess I know what. Yeah, like.
It was like fusing your demons and stuff like that. The most interesting thing about Digimon World DS is that there's a somewhat alchemical system for Digivolutions.
Oh.
Where you'll have to, one of the main things is like the level
There we go.
limit changes a lot depending on what you would digivolve to, so you have to like digivolve to a different thing temporarily and then go back to be able to get to the thing you actually want to go to.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Well, let's pause. So this, I think this is actually the
Yeah,
end.
and I wrote it
we
over
did
on
just
the
execute Eve.
We did, yes, we stabbed him in the head. Just where the CPU is housed, I guess.
Yeah, with the broken blade.
Finally. It's over.
That sure was a Nier automata. Roll credits. Oh, 9S is his kidney. His kidney is bursting. Uh-oh.
9S!
Please call me Nines.
I really screwed up.
You suck. Oh.
I must have been corrupt.
Okay, I just have to.
You've detached from the network.
No.
It's okay. I can always reload my backup data from the bunker.
But you'll lose you. The you that exists at this very moment.
Guess so. But upload this corrupted
Yeah,
data
whatever.
to the bunker.
So the game is bringing into question the meaning of identity.
Yes. There's something I brought up the first time we
You
did
did.
the loading of the data.
It took a good like 12 hours for the game to get into it, but or however long.
In a very weird way, because like last time they did that, she didn't comment on it, and now she's like, "You lose the
Well,
you in existence."
so they're kind of in a brute force kind of way showing 2B's growing care for
Character
9S.
growth,
Yeah,
yes.
but yes, I agree. It's a very anime way to show character growth. Anime, maybe I should say. Yo, they're gonna make out.
It looks like it. Oh, they took off the blindfolds. When did that happen?
They're in the battle?
Remember? Yeah. I think so, yeah, when he zapped him because our HUD and shit went away. That might have been it. Or maybe before.
That's
Okay.
very symbolic. Of course, now since she is straddling him.
She's
So
going for the
that's
slow choke, the sensual choke.
It's visually reminiscent to the final scene of End of Evangelion.
I was
Oh, yeah.
thinking of that.
Yeah, it is. It's maybe even a reference, you know.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, it wouldn't. And yes, she sheds some tears for 9S.
And Ines caresses her cheek, and she stops.
No, he's
fucking-
dead.
and
He's in
it's
the bunker watching from
disgusting.
above. Yeah. Oh god. No, she never touched his breast.
She never masturbated to his unconscious body
Yeah.
that we know of.
No, not that we know
In
of.
fact, we're not even sure she has genitalia.
I think that we've never left the perspective of 2B.
No.
So
She's very upset.
she is.
Ends like this.
Always ends
But he
like
is just
this.
gonna load onto the bunker, right?
Yeah,
Or
but
recommend-
she seems to be set for a
Can't wait.
specific reason. Maybe we'll find out in 9S's playthrough. What could she mean by it always ends like this? As she looks at the camera. Oh.
There's still some alive.
Uh-oh. Here we go, killing again. I think that Eve and Adam only had blood so that they could make her blade blood colored and make it look more dramatic.
Probably, yeah.
Uh-oh. They're just blinking pleasantly.
Is this?
We use them as a decorative lighting.
Yes, take them to the bunker to decorate their Christmas tree.
They're resonating with each other.
Uh-oh. No, something else is going on. Machines have achieved harmony.
So Pascal and everyone's supposed to be dead too.
No, they were under attack and we stopped the machines from breaking through their village. So
They
they're
weren't
fine.
on the grid, I guess.
Yeah, they
were
weren't on the
less
network.
affected by this.
Because Eve sucked up, absorbed all the machines on the network, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Wait a second, 2B.
Oh, he's back.
It looks like I left my personal data in the machine side of things. Next thing I knew,
She's become
what it
that
does.
Alphonse from Fullmetal Alchemist.
Having multiple selves fused together like this is a pretty valuable experience, so I wanted to record it. But I couldn't access any storage areas yet. So I just multiplexed it over the memories of some nearby enemies, so that when I returned to my own body,
Ines. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
What is it that separates machines from androids like us?
Shape.
The machines have gained emotions, consciousness. The final screams they summoned on the edge of death. They still echo within me.
Okay,
You beat Nier Automata.
I beat Nier Automata. Flowers for Machines, a reference to Flowers for Algernon, of course, which is also about someone achieving intelligence. Okay, what did you think after that? X-Death. And Null, if you want to speak up, but I know you didn't see the whole thing.
It was alright.
Okay.
But like you said before, I wouldn't look at this game as it is now as like an all-time classic, I guess. So I will be waiting for the subsequent playthroughs to improve that.
Yeah, so that I felt the exact same way. When I saw this ending, I was like, what? Like, that's it? It felt so ham-fisted, where it's like, all of a sudden 2B cares so much about 9S, and he just comes back, and they're like, the machines have achieved consciousness. Roll
That art
credits.
definitely
Like,
could have
okay.
been, how many people do you think played this game and like got to this part and was like, okay, I beat that game, I don't need to play it
That was
anymore?
weird. Yeah, I think probably some, but because I also did not know. I had to look. I was like, that was it. And I looked it up, and they were like, you gotta play it 2 more times. And I was like,
Yeah.
is that really gonna be worth it? But I was
Isn't
like,
there going to be
okay.
like a line in the credits here that says "Press new game now"? Winky face?
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But I was like, is that even worth it? But I did it, and I would say, yeah, everything gets a lot. Like to me, to me, it gets a lot better in playthrough 3, but I would say the plot here is like, huh? But like the way I feel now after playing the whole thing is like this whole section is kind of like a prologue to what the game's actual plot is. So,
Yeah.
So
I guess we should note that we have the English version of Weight of the World playing here.
we do.
Classic song.
And I guess I would, because we're just going to be talking over it, I would recommend anyone. It's a beautiful song, in my opinion. I recommend looking up the lyrics. It's kind of about just some of 2B's. I think it's from the perspective of 2B in most ways. So about some of her feelings.
It also has a French and a Japanese version,
which we'll be hearing later in our playthroughs. Null, do you have any thoughts? I know you haven't really seen most of the game, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen probably. I don't know how much I missed because, as you mentioned, I did play it up to the point where you first.
You missed probably like 4 hours, like a full stream. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Story-wise, not that much though. But
yeah. Yeah, no, I miss it. I say that last fight was seemed like a bit frustrating actually, especially like that last section specifically where you have to keep dodging.
Yeah, and use my little pew pew laser to chip them away. At least we had Count Monte Cristo to talk about.
Which is actually one of the things I like the least of just having to constantly have the trigger on for the pod to be shooting at me.
Yeah.
Yes, and I just like if I want to shoot, I want it to be like actually be part of the combo, like Devil May Cry, you know.
Oh yeah, it keeps your combo going. Agreed, it is a little annoying, but
yeah, like you can mix it up. That's what I mean. And you just like constantly shooting. Oh, what a track!
But
so I mean, I'm not sure if the combat of 2B so far is still.
Sure. Well, combat only gets worse
if you
from
said
here.
If you said it's only like probably like 5 hours left of the game, I might.
I have to like play a 9 SSL playthrough as well, though.
We're about to do that. It's not. I mean, it's like it's worse like gameplay wise, but it takes less time, and you do get more story stuff kind of drip fed to you. So like I know people like. 9S part isn't like bad. It's not like you have to like grit your teeth and bear through it. It's just like it is the least enjoyable bit. But for viewers, it might be even more interesting because you get the story stuff and you're the one playing. So who knows? But all right, well, we'll look forward to that. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll just leave the song going because it's good. And we want to read all the credits to make sure everyone gets appropriate representation.
Recognition.
And I'll take a break and we'll be back and we'll jump right into 9S. So,
alright.
Come to life.
I am back.
I'm back as well.
Welcome back.
Okay, so there's a notification from Square Enix. Thank you very much. This game has several different storylines that change each time you play. Okay, so yeah, the game tells you. That makes sense. You have witnessed the A route. We highly recommend you play through again to witness the full experience. Sincerely, Square Enix PR. I would wager that Yoko Taro.
Yes.
Yeah, Yoko. I don't know if it was patched in, but I bet Yoko Taro did not originally want this in here, and they were like, "No, we have to add it, or people will complain." but maybe it was added later, even after the game came out. I don't remember. Voice change option. Okay, I think we can play with Japanese voices, or maybe something else. I'll look.
Out Japanese voices. That'd be cool.
So here it is.
That'd be real weeb hours if we played with Japanese voices.
Yeah. Voice changer. Oh, no, that's something else. Maybe it, like, changes the pitch. I don't know. Okay, continue. Load.
You got A, T, and U as your endings?
Yes, A2. We're going for B now, and maybe some others. We're playing as an all-new character. This robot.
Yes.
Machine. Forgot to...
He's upset about his brother.
Okay. So as you can see, the gameplay has already been significantly simplified compared to 2B.
This seems more fun though, to be honest.
You can jump.
You can jump very joyfully.
Take a little bath. No, I can't. Okay. The stream is solid. Gotta be careful over these pipes. Well,
yes, you
actually,
will
it's fine.
trip.
Yeah. Well, only
you
with
have
the
to be
bucket.
carrying something like a bucket full of oil. You spill all the oil out and have to go back.
Yes, so we don't want to do that. So we're gonna try to avoid the pipes. Delicious, delicious oil.
So the robot is referring to the other robot as his brother.
That's right.
Because the robots have developed a concept of family.
Yes, and the brother has been murdered probably by 2B. Or someone else, maybe. Looks like actually...
Somewhat brings mind Eve's distress over his own brother's situation.
Oh, I can't jump. Fuck.
You can't jump, no. This is a good example of Yoko Taro trying to just kind of fuck with the player by making them walk around as an extremely slow robot.
Yes. Actually, this is before the androids show up, so they're just being dumped out of this trash chute. So I guess they're just rejected robots being made in the factory. Sad. But yes, this is Yoko Taro. Yoko Taro is forcing the player to feel the suffering of the machines through gameplay.
Yes, he's an artistic genius.
This is a game, you know, we talked about this, I think we've actually talked about this with this game. It's a game that does take advantage of the fact that it is a game at times. No ludonarrative dissonance here.
No, this is very deliberate, this scene. Tomb Raider developers should, like, play this game. And so
yeah, this is actually the inspiration for Death Stranding.
This was truly the first Strand type game.
It was, yeah. Everyone's wrong about Death Stranding being the first Strand type game.
You should have made like a Captain Toad treasure tracker for Nier Automata where you just play as the robot the entire game. Kevin Honest was just watching that, and that's why we see that it's sort of...
Yeah, he's like, stupid machine. You don't have brothers. Here they are.
In his capacity as a scout, 9S has gone ahead of the
he has, yeah. If you recall, when we landed here, 9S was already here to meet us. So. As to be,
he's our senpai.
Yes.
9S here. Go ahead.
He's to be senpai, that is. He just has such bottom energy that he acts like she's his senpai anyway.
Flight unit recommended.
Oh.
You self-destruct already.
I can, but I want to save before I do it because I don't know if it'll start me before the robot.
Okay.
I don't trust this game.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's a secret. Where the oh, my flight unit's down there. Actually, we can go down here and get whatever's down here. I think it's a weapon.
Proceed with
Ah.
Yes, 9S has his own weapons.
Oh.
Go and check the poem for his weapons.
Can't control my curiosity about machines anymore. I'm leaving so I can study them as much as I want. Okay. There's an ending if you just...
That was an alternate ending where
If
he
you
just jumps off to hang out with the robot, I guess.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out about...
That was not a new weapon for you to unlock, but it was an alternate ending.
No, even better. Even better. Because I don't really use... No, fuck. It's the start.
Nice.
Well, I accidentally did the thing.
I suppose you have to go through that to get that ending checked off on your endings list.
That's true.
Although I guess maybe you could, yeah. I was gonna say maybe you could like use a chapter select to get around it, but I'm not sure.
No, that's not a chapter. This like, compared to this part. Okay, we'll do it faster this time by spamming jump and not
the speed
fucking up.
boost, right?
Yeah, speed boost.
So you can jump until you have a bucket of oil, and then if you have a bucket of oil, it will spill.
Yes, if oil, then spill.
I'm sure that's exactly how it was coded.
Yes, that's how the machines think of it. They just don't tell the player. I wonder if we can see 9S. I think it's up there. No. Okay.
Maybe we should all just let people take in the majesty of this scene.
Yeah, no. This is perfect.
I like his feet.
Yes, very functional.
Cute. Maybe like those little skis for feet.
He'd probably be good at like sledding, skiing down a mountain.
I think so.
Doesn't matter how much oil you give
Maybe
me,
after just having witnessed his girlfriend die.
Make a machine your brother.
Yeah, that always invokes the urge to ski, I think.
I think so. Skip that.
Operator
Can't skip
210
this.
to Unit 9S. Come in, 9S.
9S here. Go ahead.
The Yorha troops
Eye.
have commenced their descent. Disable the enemy base's
On.
defense systems immediately.
Roger that.
Alright.
There's our
Let's
robot.
go. Getting my Eva.
There's our Xeno gear.
Yeah. My zone of the enders.
Your mobile suit.
Okay, so we're starting. Start with one of these.
Here, we have one of our shoot 'em up sequences. So
Yeah.
seems to be quite the same as 9S compared to how it was as 2B.
Yep, except my robot is, my Gundam is black instead of white, you see.
Yes.
To match my shorts.
2B's outfit was all black too, though.
She had some white frills, but yeah.
I think she did, yeah. Oh, we seem to have lost the whole.
Well, maybe he's still taking a break. Maybe he wants to avoid spoilers because he's inspired to play the game now.
I just saw that robot. Yeah.
My Discord crash.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah.
The third option.
No, I'm still not motivated enough.
That's alright. I think by the time you get momotivated, it'll spoil the whole story, so it's okay.
That's okay. He plays action games for the story anyway, right?
Yeah. Okay, I think we get to see the hacking mechanic with the...
We did see it like once in 2B's game, I think. When we were fighting the ballerina.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember, but... Oops. So you hold Y. You do... Okay, then you get the slow
And that's
again.
being a little bit snotty with the command.
He is, yeah, with his operator. This is it. It's this little like
Looks delightful.
shooty little game. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is like the tutorial. So you have a timer, and sometimes there'll be, I mean, many times there'll be millions of projectiles coming at you, so it gets pretty challenging.
Proceed to the next target.
So it's kind of just further shoot 'em up gameplay, really.
Yeah, 9S is very shoot 'em up focused, gameplay wise. Unfortunately,
Even going back to Drakengard, these games have always had the shoot 'em up parts.
I think it's fun. It's just like his playthrough is too focused around that and not the actually like more fun combat.
I guess the best characteristic of the gameplay is just the variety.
Yes.
But it kind of just ends up being like a shitty shoot 'em up and a shitty hack and slash spaced into one
I
another.
wouldn't say shitty, but not the peaks of either. Although the shoot 'em up, like making a good shoot 'em up isn't that hard. Like this stuff, this arcadey bit gets, like, if you like this kind of thing, I would say it's probably really good. It's just like not my favorite thing, so having to do it over and over. But it gets really quite challenging with a variety of quote-unquote enemies. And each boss has unique ones, like kind of like little unique puzzles. I do wish it was almost a little more puzzle-like than that shoot 'em up thing.
It's not really a very logical way to evoke hacking in a video game, is it? Just having to shoot 'em up.
They should have done the pipes from Bioshock.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. I think everyone loved that.
Yeah.
So let's see, yes, I would watch Digimon. I played a bit of Digimon, and then I started watching Serial Experiments Lain to see how that is compared to Digimon.
Okay.
And it is very ponderous.
Okay. It makes you think, or it itself is...
It's just very slow paced.
Okay. I see. That kind of ponderous.
It's languid, one might say.
Yeah. Okay. What is it about?
There's a little girl who really likes bears, and she gets a computer. She gets a new computer. She doesn't know much about computers, and it gets really tricky for the rest of the anime. She's like, there's multiple versions of her that might be different personalities, or maybe they're like computer program versions of her or something.
Okay.
Sometimes people like accuse her of doing something that probably was one of her other manifestations that did. Like the second episode, people think they see her in a nightclub, but she's like an introverted 14-year-old.
Sure.
There's like this, sexy nightclub girl with like the same hair flip thing as her.
Well, that's not
Lain?
even to fight people.
Well, I mean, she looks exactly the same.
Oh, I see. I thought it was just the hair flip. Okay.
Because it's anime, that's her main identifying
I
characteristic
see, yeah.
from the
They
viewer's
all look the
perspective.
same, but alright.
And they go to her at school and are like, "Was that you at the nightclub?" And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Why were you at a nightclub?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the guy gets high on cyber drugs and kills himself.
Oh, okay.
And people talk a lot about like the difference between the real world and the digital world.
Okay, that's like Digimon.
It was a very natural transition between that and Digimon, yeah. The internet is called, I forget, there's like a different term for the internet. And they keep talking about how that's like the line between the internet and the real world is blurred now.
Deep. That's deep.
They have
man.
like, she has like a VR type of thing.
Okay.
It's like a setup on her computer.
Yeah. I have one of
There's
those.
some people claiming to be God, which also happens in Digimon Tamers.
And in Nier Automata.
Yes, and then there's like a secret organization called the Knights that are attacking the shit. And they made a guy who was playing Quake think he was playing Quake, but he was actually murdering school children.
Whoa, that's every American parent's worst nightmare.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, 2B's already in the boss fight.
Firing missiles.
I like how he announced it.
You know how this sounds in 2B's playthroughs.
Yeah, we kind of know how many things go here. As long as we're with 2B, it's everything we've already experienced just about, so.
Basically, yeah.
If
you want to read Gravity's Rainbow, this may be the best time before we get to the part where the story split off, actually.
Yes. I think I will. I was actually running out of stuff I did over the week anyways, because it was all just fucking Digimon.
Yeah.
This is a Penguin 20th Century classic. Gravity's Rainbow, and Thomas Pynchon is the author of V, The Crying of Lot 49, Gravity's Rainbow, Slow Learner, a collection of short stories. Vinland and Mason and Dixon.
Well, as soon as
So
we
in
start
case-
reading the book, Hybrid says, "Gotta go take care."
Yeah, that makes sense.
See you. Bye. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you popped.
We know we discussed Mouse, and now it's time to look at a real work of art.
Yeah, it's a great American novel, as we discussed. So.
Yes, again. So the dedication is for Richard Farina. Part 1,
He
Beyond the
died in a
Zero.
motorcycle accident a few years before the book came out.
Yes, what a shame. He was a good motorcyclist.
He wasn't. That was the problem. But he was a friend to Thomas Pynchon, I think, from college. I looked this up online.
Okay, well that's good. We can have your commentary as I read then.
Yes.
So, Part 1, Beyond the Zero. Nature does not know extinction. All it knows is transformation. Everything science has taught me, and continues to teach me, strengthens my belief in the continuity of our spiritual existence after death. Werner von Braun.
Okay.
Von Braun.
Von Braun.
There's like 7 squares at the top of the page. A screaming comes across the sky. It has happened before, but there is nothing to compare it to now. It is too late. The evacuation still proceeds, but it's all theater. There are no lights inside the cars. No light anywhere. Above him lift girders old as an iron queen, and glass somewhere far above that would let the light of day through. But it's night. He's afraid of the way the glass will fall. Soon. It will be a spectacle. The fall of a crystal palace. Coming down in total blackout, without one glint of light, only one great invisible crashing. Inside the carriage, which is built on several levels, he sits in velveteen darkness, with nothing to smoke, feeling metal nearer and farther rub and connect, steam escaping in puffs, a vibration in the carriage's frame, a poising and uneasiness, all the others pressed in around, feeble ones, second sheep, all out of luck and time. Drunks, old veterans still in shock from ordnance 20 years obsolete, hustlers in city clothes, derelicts, exhausted women with more children than it seems could belong to anyone, stacked among the rest of the things to be carried out to salvation. Only the nearer faces are visible at all, and at that only as half-silvered images in a viewfinder. Green-stained VIP faces rounded behind bulletproof windows speeding through the city. They have begun to move. They pass in line, out of the main station, out of downtown, and begin pushing into older and more desolate parts of the city. Is this the way out? Faces turn to the windows, but no one dares ask, not out loud. Rain comes down. No, this is not a disentanglement from, but a progressive nodding into. They go in under archways, secret entrances of rotted concrete that only look like loops of an underpass. Certain trestles of blackened wood have moved slowly by overhead, and the smells begun of coal from days far to the past, smells of naphtha winters, of Sundays when no traffic came through, of the coral-like and mysteriously vital growth around the blind curves and out the lonely spurs. The sour smell of rolling stock absence, maturing rust, developing through those emptying days, brilliant and deep, especially at dawn, with blue shadows to seal its passage, to try to bring events to absolute zero. And they just pour the deeper they go. Ruinous secret cities of poor places whose names he has never heard. The walls break down, roofs get fewer, and so do the chances for light. The road, which ought to be opening out into a broader highway, instead has been getting narrower, more broken, cornering tighter and tighter until all at once, much too soon, they are under the final arch. Brakes grab and spring terribly. It is a judgment from which there is no appeal. The caravan has halted. It is the end of the line. All the evacuees are ordered out. They move slowly but without resistance. Those marshalling them wear cockades the color of lead and do not speak. It is some vast, very old and dark hotel, an iron extension of the track and switchery by which they have come here. Globular lights, painted a dark green, hang from under the fancy iron eaves, unlit for centuries. The crowd moves without murmurs or coughing down corridors, straight and functional as warehouse aisles. Velvet black surfaces contain the movement. The smell is of old wood, of remote wings empty all this time, just reopened to accommodate the rush of souls. Cold plaster where all the rats have died. Only their ghosts, still as cave painting, fixed stubborn and luminous in the walls. The evacuees are taken in lots by elevator. A moving wood scaffold open on all sides. hoisted by old tarry ropes and cast iron pulleys whose spokes are shaped like SS. At each ground floor, passengers move on and off. Thousands of these hushed rooms without light. Some wait alone, some share their invisible rooms with others. Invisible, yes, but what do the furnishings matter at this stage of things? Underfoot crunches the oldest city dirt. The last crystallizations of all the city had denied, threatened, lied to his children. Each has been hearing a voice, one who thought was talking only to him, who say, "You don't really believe you've been be saved. Come, we all know who you are by now. No one was ever going to take the trouble to save you, old fellow. There's no way out. Lie and wait, lie still and be quiet." Screaming holds across the sky. When it comes, will it come in darkness, or will it bring its own light? Will the light come before or after? But it is already light. How long has it been light? All this while, light has come percolating in, along with the cold morning air flowing now across his nipples. It's begun to reveal an assortment of drunken wastrels, some in uniform and some not, clutching empty or near empty bottles, here draped over a chair, there huddled into a cold fireplace or sprawled on various divans, unhoovered rugs and chaise lounges down the different levels of the enormous room, snoring and wheezing at many rhythms in self-renewing chorus as London light, winter and elastic light, grows between the faces of the mullioned windows, grows among the strata of last night's smoke still hung, fading from the wax beams of the ceiling. All these horizontal heels, these comrades in arms, look just as rosy as a bunch of Dutch peasants dreaming of their certain resurrection in the next few minutes. His name is Captain Joffrey Pirate Prentice. He is wrapped in a thick blanket, a tartan of orange, rust, and scarlet. His skull feels made of metal. Just above him, 12 feet overhead, Teddy Bloat is about to fall out of the minstrel's gallery, having chosen to collapse just at the spot where somebody in a grandiose fit, weeks before, had kicked out 2 of the ebony balusters. Now, in his stupor, Bloat has been inching through the opening, head, arms, and torso, until all that's keeping him up there is an empty champagne Sprite in his hip pocket. It's got hooked somehow. By now, Pirate has managed to sit up on his narrow bachelor bed and blink about. How awful. How bloody awful. Above him, he hears cloth rip. The Special Operations Executive has trained him to fast responses. He leaps off of the cot and kicks it rolling on its casters in Bloat's direction. Bloat, plummeting, hits square midships with a great strum of bed springs. One of the legs collapses. "Good morning," notes Pirate. Bloat smiles briefly and goes back to sleep, snuggling well into Pirate's blanket. Bloat is one of the co-tenants of the place, a maisonette erected last century, not far from the Chelsea embankment, by Cordion Throsp, an acquaintance of the Rossities who wore hair smocks and liked to cultivate pharmaceutical plants up on the roof. A tradition young Osby Field has lately revived. A few of them hardy enough to survive fogs and frost, but most returning as fragments of peculiar alkaloids to rooftop earth, along with manure from a trio of prized Wessex saddleback sows ordered by Throp's successor, and dead leaves of many decorative trees transplanted onto the roof by later tenants, and the odd unstomachable meal thrown or vomited prepared by this or that sensitive Epicurean, all got scumbled together eventually by the knives of the seasons to an impasto feet thick of unbelievable black topsoil in which anything could grow, not the least being bananas. Pirate, driven to despair by the wartime banana shortage, decided to build a glass hothouse on the roof and persuade a friend who knew the Rio to Ascension to Fort Lammy Run to pinch him a sapling banana tree or two, in exchange for a German camera should Pirate happen across one on his next mission by parachute. Pirate has become famous for his banana breakfasts. Messmates throng here from all over England, even some who are allergic or outright hostile to bananas, just to watch. For the politics of bacteria, soil stringing of rings and chains and nets only God can tell the meshes of. I've seen the fruit thrive often to lengths of 1.5 feet. Yes, amazing but true. Pirate in the lavatory stands pissing, without a thought in his head, then he threads himself into a wool robe and he wears inside out so as to keep his cigarette pocket hidden. Not that this works too well. Encircling the warm bodies of friends makes its way to French windows, slides outside into the cold, groans as it hits the filling in his teeth, climbs a spiral ladder ringing to the roof garden and stands for a bit watching the river. The sun is still below the horizon. The day feels like rain, but for now the air is uncommonly clear. The great power station and the gasworks beyond stand precisely, crystals groan in morning's beaker, stacks, vents, towers, plumbing, gnarled emissions of steam and smoke. Ha! Pirate in a voiceless roar, watching his breath slip away over the parapets. Ha! Rooftops dance in the morning. His giant bananas cluster, radiant yellow, humid green. His companions below dream drooling of a banana breakfast. This well-scrubbed day ought to be no worse than any. Will it? Far to the east, down in the pink sky, something has just sparked, very brightly. A new star, nothing less noticeable. He leans on the parapet to watch. Brilliant Point has already become a short vertical white line. It must be somewhere out over the North Sea. At least that far. Ice fields below and a cold smear of sun. What is it? Nothing like this ever happens, but Pirate knows it. After all. He's seen it in a film, just in the last fortnight. It's a vapor trail. Already a finger's width higher now, but not from an airplane. Airplanes are not launched vertically. This is the new and still most secret German rocket bomb. Incoming mail. Did he whisper that or only think it? He tightens the ragged belt of his robe. Well, the range of these things is supposed to be over 200 miles. You can't see a vapor trail 200 miles now, can you? Oh, yes. Around the curve of the Earth, farther east, the sun over there, just risen over in Holland, and striking the rocket's exhaust, drops and crystals, making them blaze clear across the sky. The white line, abruptly, has stopped its climb. That would be fuel cut off. End of burning. It's their word. Anschluss. We don't have one, or else it's classified. The bottom of the line, the original star, has already begun to vanish in red daybreak. But the rocket will be here before Pirate sees the sunrise. Trail, smudged, slightly torn in 2 or 3 directions, hangs in the sky. Already the rocket, gone pure ballistic, has risen higher. But invisible now. Oughtn't he to be doing something? Get to the operations room at Stanmore. They must have it on the channel radars. No time, really. Less than 5 minutes hog to here, the time it takes to walk down the tea shop on the corner. For light from the sun to reach the planet of love, no time at all. Run out in the street, warn the others, pick bananas. He trudges through black compost into the hothouse. He feels he's about to shit. The missile, 60 miles high, must be coming up on the peak of its trajectory by now. Beginning its fall, now. Truss work is pierced by daylight, milky panes being beneficently down. How could there be a winter, even this one, gray enough to age this iron that can sing in the wind, cloud these windows that open into another season, however falsely preserved? Pirate looks at his watch. Nothing registers. The pores of his face are prickling. Emptying his mind, a commando trick, he steps into the wet heat of the bananery, sets about picking the ripest and the best, holding up the skirt of his robe to drop them in. Allowing himself to count only bananas, moving bare-legged among the pendulous bunches, among these yellow chandeliers, this tropical twilight. Out into the winter again. Contrail is gone entirely from the sky. Pirate's sweat lies on his skin almost as cold as ice. Takes some time lighting a cigarette. He won't hear the thing come in. It travels faster than the speed of sound. First news you get of it is a blast. Then, if you're still around, you hear the sound of it coming in. But if it hit exactly, no, for a split second you'd have to feel the very point, with the terrible mass above, strike the top of the skull. Pirate hunches his shoulders, bearing his bananas down the corkscrew ladder. Okay, there's a scene break there, so we'll probably stop the recitation there.
Okay. It's very descriptive. I at times actually quite like the prose, which I've heard is something that many people enjoy. But it's also like I do anticipate it being somewhat of a slow-going novel based on what's been happening so far.
Yes.
So
the amount of story development is just this guy gets up for the morning and then a missile comes. It hasn't even struck yet at the point we stopped at.
yes, and
If
he's
this
getting
were
bananas. That's very
something like
important.
the Count of Monte Cristo, this would have been one paragraph maybe.
Count of Monte Cristo can be over descriptive, but yeah, not. I agree. The story tends to really move along in that one. So
Very different approaches to writing
yes,
between those two books.
Monte Cristo just has a lot of story, but it does move along pretty quickly.
It's actually the longer book of the two, but I think Gravity's Rainbow feels a lot longer to read.
Sure.
I think there are parts, even in what we just read, that could be highlighted as like decent descriptive prose, but then there are also a lot of parts that just feel rather pretentious, I think, and kind of like, I don't know, I think part of the vibe the book overall gives is like being like really charmed by its own wit, I guess.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah,
Its own mess.
yeah. There's definitely like usually, you know, I don't read that many books, and I try to avoid ones that aren't like I don't think are up my alley. So, but with movies, I've seen that, you know, that's something that immediately puts me off, is if I feel like the movie is like thinks it is very witty, right? It's like stop.
2B has successfully commandeered the enemy unit.
Well, in the game, real quick, we we have examples of this is the same events, but very much from a different perspective. And so we've seen, like, while 9S is injured up here, 2B has been fighting the boss, but our pod has been defending 9S.
Yeah.
And hacking the robots. So it is quite different gameplay-wise. We are doing this hacking minigame over and over, but you can see it insta-kills the robots. So even though it's repetitive, it is quick at least. So, and later on when we have 9S able to fight, I mean, we won't be hacking these scrub robots, but for larger foes, it can actually be quite faster. So it's not so bad. And we did have a sequence where, similar to 2B, kind of 9S walking her through her HUD, 2B had kind of an internal like reset, which we played through as this little spaceship to turn on his eyes and his ears. So that was kind of neat. But if we look very closely at the sky here, we could see that maybe there is somewhat of a rainbow that may have some gravity to it. So it's actually really quite related.
It might belong to gravity.
True, right? Yeah, I miss with those.
We're shooting a bunch of robots.
We are. We're defending 9S. I don't know how long this will last.
Until 2B beats the boss.
Well, yeah. Maybe it'd be funny if the game timed how long it took me and actually makes it take that long.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Really funny,
That'd be cool. But I actually wonder if I'm supposed to be.
If that was what it does.
Yes, same. Let's clear these guys, then I'll look around and see if I'm missing a hacking point on the robot itself.
That could be it.
No, okay, it's just the robots. That's right. We're waiting for 2B to swing the arm. Oh yeah.
You just die already!
I remember this.
Yeah.
Just stabs him in the eye.
Yep. There he goes. His name is Engels.
Marx's friend.
Yeah.
You found out his name is Engels from scanning him?
I don't know if we know that yet, but we will shortly, so I'll just say it. I think we do have that from hacking him or whatever.
Do we scan Marx later on?
Yeah, I think another one of these big ones is called Marx. I'm not sure though. They might all be Engels, but I think
they're all Engels.
I'm not sure.
It doesn't look like that's going to be necessary.
A lot of people forget about Engels.
Yeah, well, Yoko Taro didn't.
Nope.
I don't know anything about Engels. I don't know much about Marx. I mean, honestly, other than like, you know, what everyone knows.
He wasn't very smart.
No, he was smart enough to write a book, which is all you needed back then.
True.
I don't imagine that this is going to end well.
So we get to see the noble sacrifice again.
It's ready.
Ayn Rand had just traveled back in time to Marx's era. Should have been hailed as a genius for her ability to write books.
I mean, yeah, she's already, I think, more well regarded than she should be. Yeah.
Americans like her.
Yeah, that's right. It's all this self-determinism.
Destruction of enemy
She's more regarded than you think she should be from not reading anything she ever wrote.
I just know her philosophy. I'm familiar with it, you know, vaguely enough to know that I don't like it, or I don't like it that much. I have a friend who's a big fan, and like his main concern in life is how to avoid taxes, which seems like a very Randian thing to think about.
Typical average objectivist.
Yeah, exactly.
How could you help me like that, Mr. A?
Sorry?
How could you help me like that?
I mean, I see the merit in it, but Yeah,
She's
it just
probably waiting in her room now.
doesn't occupy that much of my headspace. I take the
Like there are
standard
more,
deduction.
more useful things to think about, like
I mean, he's
Digimon.
pretty set. Yeah, that's true. Games.
Okay, so we reloaded our black box, just looking 2Bs.
We did, and we have to. I think we woke up first, and if I remember correctly, we need to go wake up 2B now. But first, let's check our mail.
And then we have to help her set up her game settings.
Yeah, so we have two separate inboxes. We can actually read.
We can look at 2B's
yeah.
mail, I see.
All hacks that have been countered. Oh, okay, so yeah, we can go to.
We can look at her future mail, even, because this is the stuff we got as mail.
That's true, yeah.
2B.
Is it the future? Or are we just
Yeah,
repeating?
it's a time loop.
Yes. So there's an
It
arcade
always
mode.
ends like this.
That could be what she meant. Yes, we'll see. So 9S and 2B actually have a lot of the same emails. Let's go ahead and quick save. And let's visit our dear 2B.
Oh,
Yes.
looks like you've already started.
I thought of a new dumb feature we can do, and that's rate the title. We're going to take titles of not just video games necessarily, but just funny titles.
Oh,
and rate
okay.
them.
Yeah, that
And
could
the
be
rating
fun.
system for this is a little unique, where like it's mostly how goofy the title is, sort of. So to encapsulate this, I would propose that Ribbon, the sequel to Mist, is a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
This rating scale. Okay. well,
Okay.
then-
Yeah, sure. I'm with you. That's one we reference a lot. That's one that we have deep love for.
Yeah, it's hard to top, really. Ribbon, the sequel to Mist. Ribbon on its own would be a moderately good title,
Fine,
I
yeah.
suppose. But
It
Ribbon-
intrigues me. It seems like a cool
Ribbon,
title.
the sequel to Mist, just really sits
Yeah.
over the top.
Yes.
Okay, the first one I'd like to consider is Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, of course. A classic title.
Okay, yeah, that one. I do want to note, real quick, I think this is actually a recording of me editing my settings. So that is actually really cool, I think.
Make sure you can hear my voice. Ma'am, are you there?
Because these are my...
Can you hear me?
Maybe not.
Hello?
Everything's going to be slow because we were talking the whole
Adjust the settings so you can hear me, alright?
time.
Alright, are we good now?
Yeah, that's a title that I had to like ask. I remember I had a friend who was a Kingdom Hearts fan. And I was like, "What the fuck is this game called? Can you say it out loud?"
Yes.
That takes care of the
So yeah,
settings.
part of the reason I wanted to bring this one up is because it's undoubtedly a very goofy title, but thinking about the fact that there's a game called Ribbon, the sequel to Mist, makes me laugh, whereas thinking about the fact that there's a game called Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days just kind of annoys me and frustrates me.
Yeah, makes me roll my eyes. It's not very funny. It's just
So,
absurd.
I think it should have a significantly lower score than Ribbon.
Regulations and all, you know? Huh?
Like maybe a 6 out of 10, because it is at least memorable.
Okay, good. If things go wrong during an op, you may have to sacrifice yourself in order to finish it.
I remember you did do this with the
Once you're finished
self-destruct
making
when you played
adjustments, you
2B,
can
so
go ahead and close this
that ends some credence to the recording one. Okay, here's a very strong title that I was reminded of recently and would like to consider. Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber.
Yeah.
I think
This
one's like a 9 out of 10 minute. It has like 3 components that go into it, right?
Okay, okay.
There's Ogre Battle on its own is already kind of an odd game series. And then Person of Lordly Caliber is a very fucking goofy subtitle.
Yes.
And then you have the 64 in there to just kind of set it over the top.
Yes. I guess I would put that one closer to like a 7. Because I agree, the format is pretty standard. It's standard title, subtitle.
That means I'll be performing regular checks.
And so the fun comes from the silliness of each of these individual components. But I guess I wouldn't rate it quite as high as a 9 myself. But I don't disagree with that rating, vehemently either.
I suppose we'll have to average it and say it's an 8 out of 10.
Okay, 8 out of 10.
In Kingdom Hearts, we're agreeing is a 6, I guess.
9S.
And Ribbon is a 10.
What is it, ma'am?
Stop calling
Yes.
me ma'am.
Okay,
That's fine with me, yeah.
How about Metal Gear Rising
There's no need
Revengeance?
to be so
Another well-discussed title, I'd say.
If you say so.
Maybe
I almost forgot.
maybe a 6 or 7, because it's almost like it's purposefully silly, and I think like that takes away from it a little bit.
Sure, yeah. Well, I think for this, the only thing that stands out really about it is the revengeance part.
Right.
Which is not a real word.
It's not. It's not. But many MGS games are. I mean, Snake Eater is a silly title. That's about it, I guess. Peace Walker sounds kind of stupid. But
Guns of the Patriots is fine, I guess.
it's fine, and so is Sons of Liberty. That's fine. Portable Ops, you know, that's pretty sterile.
I think
So-
Japanese games do tend to have the more fucked up naming conventions to them, as we've seen with like Ogre Battle and SquareSoft games in general.
Yes, Commander. You
Yes.
detonated your black box in order to defeat the enemy.
If you detach like
But risky.
your knowledge
Try
of the
not to be
game
so
from like the name of the game, even something like Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is like kind of a ridiculous name for a game, right?
To the surface. Rendezvous with the resistance and do some recon.
There's a lot of much worse ones.
Oh
than
yeah,
that
no,
that
it's
are-
not. I mean, even the Ogre Battle one is way sillier, but like, you know,
Yeah.
it depends on
Into that as well.
how kind
The
of.
original Ogre Battle has like a good subtitle, which is March of the Black Queen, but it's still called Ogre Battle as the title of this series.
Yeah.
So it,
I mean, like Fire Emblem, was it Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light? You know, it's kind of a mouthful,
Yeah.
but it's not like
maybe we
super
could've considered
crazy.
that one
Yeah.
too.
Better head for the hangar.
They did just shorten it down to Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon for the remake.
That's that's fine. That's nice and clean.
But it definitely never reached Kingdom Hearts. That was Kingdom Hearts is a series with gold standard for ridiculously fucked up titles.
Yeah. Stalker is a good one if you say it correctly, which is STALKER.
Fear would be the same way. wouldn't it?
Yeah.
FTAR.
Between the letters.
Yeah, with the well, you know, that's the you don't have to say the dot. You just have to say the letters.
Maybe we should
I mean,
consider the title.
when you type it out.
Oh yeah, type it out. Yeah. I stopped doing. I used to do that. I stopped doing it. It's annoying.
Maybe we should consider the title 7, or rather Sus 7, and
Oh yeah, it's a 7. It's a 7 in.
yes.
Why think they sent a combat model like you to a recon job? If all they want is intel,
That's a good one.
scanner models are built for that kind of thing.
Orders are orders.
Alright,
Which to be
alright.
around.
What do you think of Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin?
Odd. I feel like I'd put that with some of the other like just kind of weird sounding ones like from
Marx.
You're going to have
but not like I wouldn't put it like even as high as Kingdom Hearts. Because Kingdom Hearts is just like not only is it a weird name, but it's just like I wouldn't know how to even pronounce it without somebody telling
Yeah.
me. So, or how I'm supposed to say it.
It could be like 358
Yeah.
and a half days. It could be 358 half days.
Or I thought you had to like do the math equation and say put the answer. I was like, what? I wish I could remember because I know before I've definitely commented on something and commented on how bad of a title something is, but I can't think of any examples of me doing that right now because those could go on the list as well.
Yeah.
Anything that has like a trademark on it, you know, like Disney's Star Wars, The Old Republic, or whatever.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
stupid, but
Like Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands. Or something.
yeah, that's a good one. Anything Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six has some good ones because it has like military code names. So like Rainbow Six 3 Athena Sword. What? Or
Almost like it
Raven
could be
Shield.
an anime
Yeah,
title.
Rainbow Six is kind of an anime.
I think military ones are like the American equivalent to anime, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Here, there's one more funny one that
okay.
I had. Okay, so this is Digimon Adventure, which is this is a remake of the original Digimon Adventure, and the way that they differentiated it from that is just to put a colon on the end of the name. So it's just Digimon Adventure, colon, and then nothing after the colon.
Why? What the fuck? It's so stupid. Alright, I like it.
Yeah, that one makes me laugh too when I think about the fact that he did that.
Yeah. Anything with like any remake that just has the original title, because all people end up doing is just fucking putting the year after it.
Yeah.
It's like it's just Doom 2016. You know, why didn't they just call it something?
2018.
Yeah.
2015.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's another interesting title to some extent. Is Final Fantasy VII Remake, because that game is not a remake of Final Fantasy VII.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define remake compared to remaster, right? Because you could say the same thing about RE2, right? Which is like, you know, like the RE2 remake, because it has none of the same, you know, basic gameplay. So I guess is it a remake? I would say yes, but I understand that.
Does it
Yeah.
also have like significant
But does it change?
digressions
Yeah,
from,
that's what I'm gonna say.
original
Like,
version?
Yeah, the
No,
plot
nothing
line.
significant. No, they do switch. They like remove some stuff, but yeah, I guess not. Not like
Yeah,
Final Fantasy
because-
VII remake, because yeah, that's right. Remake changes like the main story pretty significantly,
Yeah.
right? So okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. That's fair. Yeah.
You know about 2B?
Yes, well...
Oh yeah,
I
I
think the
pointed this
idea
out before.
behind titling it that way might in fact be to make the player expect a straight remake and then surprise them with something else.
Yeah, gotcha. Everyone loves gotchas.
My name is Anemone. I'm the leader of the android resistance that controls most of this. You must
Sure,
be
meeting
the scouts we
Anemone
heard about.
again
Yes, re-meeting. Anemone.
Well,
for this
I'm
loop.
sure my
Yes.
people will have plenty of information for you. Please feel free to ask them anything you like.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, we don't need all the same tutorials and stuff, but I think we get the same quests, maybe. I know that when you're like, I
Do we
think
carry over our inventory at all?
yes, it carries over everything, including I believe side quest progress. So, like when you even in the chapter select, you can never redo side quests. I believe you can only redo main story quests. But
Interesting.
yeah, it's cool because you can even like make money by buying items that are cheaper earlier in the game than like going to later in the game, and it keeps all your progress and then like selling them. So it's kind of neat. No, are you typing? It's if
Yeah,
whoever's
there was a way to
typing, it's
pick
really
that
loud. I'm
up.
sorry.
From
It
the
was me,
type
sorry.
panel.
Yeah, no problem. It's alright. Just let you know. Okay, so well, this is odd because we did this side quest, but maybe some of them you can or have to redo.
Maybe.
I guess these side quests I think might even be part of the main quest in a way, just to teach you about side quests. Okay, see, we have our sachet and animal bait. We do need a lot more recoveries because I kind of blew them all. Eve.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If I think of any more, I'll we can add them to the list.
Any more good titles?
Yeah, I know that I often come up with. I often have an opinion of titles, but I can't think of any right now.
Okay. Here's something else. Name a hack.
Okay, that's everything the supply trader
hack?
asked for.
Yes.
Oh, like
Like
M.
a
Night
person?
Shyamalan. M. Night Shyamalan.
Okay. Could you say no?
The resistance...
no, I was going to ask like a hack, a person. I was going to say J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, J.J. Abrams is the first guy that comes to mind for me
Okay.
as well.
Alright.
Damn.
Another thing we could do is just rate the hack, and we'd look at different hacks and rate them on how much of a hack they are.
Okay.
So-
Well, but I did think of a title real quick just before we move on. I think the one I mentioned was Dragon Dragoon. I think is a terrible name.
That is a pretty bad one.
So,
Yeah.
which is the Western version of Drakengard, but everyone just
But-
calls it Drakengard because it's so much fucking better. Or maybe the other way around. But yeah.
No, Drakengard is called Drakengard in America.
Oh,
And it's
okay. So the
Dragon
Japanese
Dragoon
name
in
is
Japan.
stupid.
Maybe it sounds better to a Japanese speaker.
Who doesn't know any English,
Dragon
perhaps?
Dragoon.
Yeah. Your Japanese
Sometimes.
accent.
It's not as good as my French, but I know how to study it.
They're very similar, interestingly enough.
I can really impress people by saying avant-garde now, but not so much
Yes.
Dragoon.
But you can say Dragoon.
Yes.
But
You can
Okay,
say
that was it.
dragon, which is for female dragon.
yeah. Poisson is female because poison is poison, right? Or was it poisson?
Yeah, poisson is fish.
Okay. So, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, that was it. So yeah, we can rate the hack. That sounds fun. Look at all these. You
Okay.
come up with all these ideas. Just save us from having to just sit silently while we replay the same stuff again.
Yes, exactly. Well, okay. Would you like to hear my 10 out of 10 hack?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yoko Ono.
Okay.
Yoko Ono is my idea of a 10 out of 10 hack because she just does like the stupidest faux art shit unimaginable, like just screaming into a microphone. People just
Yeah.
eat it up because she was the girlfriend of John Lennon.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
basically.
like, her art, you know, if it stands on its own, fine. It's not my thing. I think it's not most people's thing, but she does have this false level of fame just because of the Beatles. Yeah.
Yeah, and because John Lennon's activist streak that he got into later in life, which I don't know, kind of continues on with.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be so formal all the time, operator.
Okay, let's compare J.J. Abrams versus M. Night then, because I would definitely propose that Abrams is the hackier of the two of them.
Okay.
Because he just kind of, like, John Lennon's movies suck, but there is at least this ability to perceive that he is trying to do something inspired with them, I guess, versus Abrams, who kind of just, like, shits out the most financially motivated garbage you can come up with every time.
But I feel like Abrams, like, you know, if you compare him to, say, Michael Bay, I would say Michael Bay definitely just always shits out the most financially viable shit. But Abrams, not that he doesn't also do that, but for me, like, some of his movies are just enjoyable action films. Like, I quite enjoyed at least the first 2 Star Trek remake movies. Although they're not, like, I can understand Star Trek fans being annoyed with them because they are, like, nothing like Star Trek at all.
If you
But they're
go
just, like,
over,
fun
like,
to watch. And
Abrams movies versus most of M. Night's movies, besides, like, the first 2 versus Michael Bay, I'd say Abrams is definitely the most technically competent of the 3 of them.
Yeah. So there's, like, merits
the most
to him.
watchable out of them.
I do agree that his movies are schlocky and, like, not. I agree they're not inspired. So I will give you that overall. Like, at least M. Night is trying new things, but some of his new things are like that fucking Will Smith and Jaden Smith piece of shit, and like, yeah, and like it's like, oh yeah, and
Lady in the Water is a great example, I think.
Lady in the Water was like based on that one. Even actually, I think it's bad, but it's based on a story that he wrote for his kids or something. So that's like kind of cute.
Yeah,
like it's
Alice in
creative.
Wonderland, except dog shit.
I just feel like I consider him a hack because the only reason he's famous at all is Sixth Sense, which is also his only good movie he's ever made. Actually, Signs is okay.
Up for Signs and Unbreakable.
Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah,
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable.
I thought Unbreakable was kind of boring, but I should rewatch it because it was a long time ago. But Signs is I did like Signs, so that's fair.
I didn't think Signs was excellent, but
No, it was amazing.
Imagination. But
That should be enough.
I like Mel Gibson
Let's get these back to the trader.
as an actor, not as a person necessarily.
He's funny,
but I think he's generally quite good. Even after that whole thing where he screamed anti-Semitic obscenities at a cop, he's been in a couple movies that are just like there was one I think Get the Gringo, where he's like escaping from a Mexican prison or something. That was just like a fun action movie that I actually quite enjoyed.
Have you seen Passion of the Christ?
Yes, we talked about it. I didn't like it. It's Jesus-themed torture porn.
Yes, it is indeed that. How Christian would you say it is?
I think it's very. I think it. If I remember correctly, it at least tries to be very accurate to the biblical account of Jesus' trial and death. So I think it's very Christian from that perspective, and different denominations focus more on the suffering of Christ. So for them, I'm sure it's the most Christian thing ever. But I always found that sort of thing a bit missing the point.
I think the movie Night on the Galactic Railroad has a part that tries to be Christian and is like really not Christian.
Okay. Well, yeah, it misses the important part, but I guess it tries to focus on the suffering, and it does that quite successfully, and that is part of the story. But it's just like, is it valid to only focus on half the story, even if you do it quite well? I guess valid is the wrong word.
The point of the suffering was that it was a sacrifice, right?
Well, yeah, and so it shows the extent of the sacrifice by focusing on the suffering very, very much.
Have we made 9S self-destruct yet?
We have not, so let's do that. I was just wrapping up these quests. Do I really have to rebuy these swords? Oh, I guess 9S has...
He has the same weapons as 2B?
Yeah, that's...
What's his starting weapon called? Cruel Oath?
Yeah, Cruel Oath. Oh yeah, we should read the poem. I
forgot. I want to see the poem for Cruel Oath.
I also just want to upgrade it too while we're here.
I wonder if we'll ever have a Cruel Angel's Oath.
Ooh. No. I can tell you we don't, but we can...
Sad.
We're close. With a Cruel Oath, we're close. Alright, I don't think we upgraded anything else.
Pieces.
Yes. Oops, I keep hitting the same thing. Engine blade. We got this one earlier. A small prince rests alone in a vast bedroom. He wishes his father knew how much he hates sleeping alone, but he doesn't dare to tell him. For the king is a very busy man and must not be disturbed.
That's Engine Blade's story.
Yeah, now Cruel Oath. Oh yeah, we already had Cruel Oath that we could have, so we've been upgrading it. Or, no, that's not true, never mind. These are all new. Okay, once long ago, there was a group of 7 boys who were born in the same village. Though they're not brothers by blood, they treat each other as family. One cold night, a fortune teller appeared and warned of a traitor among them. The boys laughed it off and went about their business, but the next morning, one of them lay dead. With each passing night, another boy died. The survivors grew more and more suspicious of each other, each harboring terrible doubts about what happened to their brothers.
Well, it's Among Us.
Yes, it's an Agatha Christie novel. Well, I hope one day we find out what happened in the end. This is new. Yorha issue blade.
I've had this before. Cruel Oath has the same art as Virtuous Contract.
Yes, it does. Does it have the exact same art? Yes, it does. Okay. And we don't have a large weapon as 9S. We just have the one gold sword. Very.
He's too much of a twink to have a large.
He can't
weapon.
carry both, even though they're like weightless. He doesn't have the bandwidth. He hacks too much. He doesn't have bandwidth to levitate a second sword.
He has to optimize his build more towards magic damage, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Oh. Movies-wise, what else has Abrams done? Like Star Wars, Star Trek, Mission Impossible. Well, you know, is he directing all of them? Because the new ones are actually quite good.
He only did 3. The one with
three's the worst one. Okay, never mind.
He raped the movie 10 Cloverfield Lane.
And Super 8, I think.
Fine. Super 8 I wanted to like more than I actually did. So, what's my mission? I keep skipping. Just go to the desert. Oh right. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's mainly known for Star Wars and Star Trek.
At this point, yeah.
I think, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what he's done. He's only done the other one.
He was only a director on 6 movies.
Oh.
Super 8, Star Trek, Mission Impossible 3, and 2 Star Wars.
What was his first one? The Mission Impossible 3?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he's mostly well known for Lost.
Okay. Because I was like, where is he famous from? Because 3 sucks.
But he is a producer in a lot of things that he's not a director.
Doesn't mean anything, but yeah.
It really doesn't.
Okay, yeah, Lost was a well-known show that ended poorly. I never watched it, but it's my understanding.
I did. Yeah.
It was kind of lame.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so it's Lost itself. I guess it's part of showcases the shortcomings of Abrams, because it starts with like like Force Awakens, that trying to set up certain mysteries, but they don't know where to take them. So the payoffs sucks.
Yeah. I think they might have overstated how bad the ending was a little bit because they were pissed off at the time, but at the same time it was fairly lackluster. So
I mean, now we have better examples like Game of Thrones, but yeah, that's fair. I liked Fringe. Fringe was something to do. It was made by Abrams' like company. Yeah, and I like that show. So there's something.
I think he is a great hack because he doesn't really have a creative bone in his body. Most of the stuff that's halfway decent that's associated with him is just him throwing money at it or something.
Sure, yeah.
And the stuff he actually directs is very much creatively bankrupt.
I guess he works better as a producer than director.
What about Uwe Boll? That's a good hack.
I don't know if is he a hack? Like, I guess, what is the definition of hack? Or like, I would think like people think they're good but they're not, but nobody fucking likes Boll. It's like saying Tommy Wiseau is a hack.
No, a hack is just someone who consistently puts out dog shit.
Okay, then yeah, Uwe Boll is a fantastic hack.
Usually it's because they are lazy or don't care about it. Basically, like they just hack out the work for money sort of thing.
I see.
That increases your hack rating at least. So that's why M. Night isn't quite as much of a hack as J.J. Abrams, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay, I'm with you in that case.
Oh, here's a good hack. talk about
Okay.
Yoko Kanno. scale of 1 to 10, how much a hack would you say Yoko Kanno is?
I mean, I am aware of the controversy or whatever, but I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna go on the record and say that Yoko Kanno is a 1 out of 10 hack. And,
Okay.
Thing about her plagiarizing is pretty much bullshit.
Oh, really? Okay.
People just like to run with narratives when they find them. And they feel like they can make an interesting YouTube video or something out of it.
Sure.
She is very well known to have like an excellent body of work throughout a lot of different anime over the years.
Okay.
If Yoko Kanno is listed as the composer on an anime, you can guarantee that the music's going to be fantastic. So that does not correspond with the definition of a hack.
Works for me. Yeah. No. I'm down. Okay. I thought that she had actually plagiarized stuff, so I would have rated her higher, but
There are some songs
that's why I didn't say
that's a
anything.
little bit sus, yeah,
Okay.
but still.
Sure. There was like, I mean, sometimes it's like accidental too, or whatever. Like the Metal Gear Solid
Possible to do
theme.
it accidentally, yeah.
Like MGS4 was the last game where the MGS theme could be used because some like random dude sued because they stole his song, which was very similar, and he did make it first, but it's like nobody had ever heard of him. So, I don't know, but maybe that means that Kojima thought he could get away with it. So I guess whatever. But I don't know.
It's possible.
It's dubious. I'll come back
Japan
here.
have like noticeable
I mean,
more
but
lax
Kojima
on-
himself didn't make the song himself.
He chose.
It's
He
not the
allowed it
composer.
to happen, though. I don't know. I don't know about
That-
Japan's
I mean-
like copyright laws at all, really.
There's way more lax copyright laws than American.
Okay, I came here for my items.
There is
but I
also
think-
the Evangelion song that like has the exact same drum beat thing as that one James Bond song.
Oh,
Decisive Battle.
that's the best song.
I think so.
It's good. I got an email saying my items were still here, but they're not, which makes sense because we got them as 2B. But why'd I get the email then? What a waste of my time.
Definitely.
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
think I like Thanatos out of the instrumental songs from Evangelion.
Good too. There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah. That Kari Kanno anime had, which also had Shiro Sugasu as the composer, also had really good music. So
Mhm.
that guy is just a very talented composer.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
But oh yeah, I guess we didn't. Uwe Boll is very funny. He tries to fight his
Yeah,
critics, which I think is
it's all
hilarious.
kind
I think he actually
Yeah,
fought
he's-
one and like
he's-
got his ass kicked. It was like really hilarious. Yeah.
His letterbox profile
Oh,
is
yeah,
insane.
That was pretty funny.
Oh, that's awesome. I should check that out. Yeah,
Like
I think
the
he
most dog
challenged.
shit fucking takes on movies you can possibly
great.
imagine.
But like, yeah, he challenged. Well, he challenges every critic to a fight, but one was like, okay, and then they like did like an MMA fight, and Uwe Boll got like knocked out because I think the guy either trained or like already knew how to fight. So it's like, sure, let's go.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah, so 9S can hear the machines speak, which I think we. I don't know if we could do before.
not at this part is
Yeah,
to be.
not at this part at least. So we're going to the desert to meet Adam and Eve. Things are progressing nice and quick. But yeah, what about like, okay, what about like Neil Breen?
Good question. Well, that's
Ah,
how
the
Rizzo could be
faithful
considered
finds
the
guy.
I think he's an artistic genius that nobody understands, right? But to some people that could be that's a hack.
Well, I think he's undoubtedly like spectacularly inept at filmmaking.
Yes.
So, but I think there is perhaps less of the J.J. Abrams style of hackery, where it's all for money.
Right,
Same
he
goes for
makes no
Tommy
money.
Wiseau. Yeah, Tommy Wiseau lost fuckloads of money on the room, at least originally. Maybe he's made some more back now.
I think Tommy Wiseau made himself a little more of a hack by trying to pretend like he meant the movie to be bad. Like if he had just done a Neil
Well,
Breen
he at
and
least
just-
said it was a black comedy instead of a tragedy.
Oh,
which
true,
is-
right. Not that it was bad, but it was a black, which is not the case. He definitely
No,
meant it
not
meant for it to
remotely.
be completely played straight. Just like,
Yeah.
couldn't do it.
Yeah. That's true. I think
Like
that
I
does
respect
make-
Neil Breen more for his just insistence that his movies are amazing and people are just stupid. So
I think Tommy was always an interesting case because he only made the one.
Right.
But I think it's very unlikely that he's make suddenly a decent movie if he tried again.
No, yeah.
Based on how bad the room is.
That's true.
There is one case of a spectacularly bad work of fiction that I think the author of easily could have improved, and that's the Eye of Argon.
Okay.
Which I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was
No.
it's a fantasy short story about like a Conan the Barbarian style guy who was published in a magazine and kind of became infamous for being really horrible.
Okay.
But the main problem with it was that the guy just like thought that you couldn't use the same word twice at all in your entire text, and so he started looking up every single word in a thesaurus and using really fucking weird and overdramatic words for a lot of things.
That's really funny.
Like the main character, who's like a Conan the Barbarian style character, is repeatedly described as a slut for this reason. Like other characters, when they try to insult him, they'll call him a slut sometimes.
Are you sure we're not talking about the man from Heimdall?
Yeah. So I think the main thing really is somebody just needs to, like, instead of making fun of him for the rest of his life, they need to be like, okay, this is not how you use a thesaurus, and then with some practice, he probably could have gotten better.
He might have done better the second time. That's fair.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Even without that, it was still just like an amateur 16-year-old's writing, but that's because he was 16. So
Yeah.
that
Could have been better.
It was it was kind of a very easy, quick fix of being just like, do not use a thesaurus like this. It is okay to use the same word twice sometimes. I don't know.
That's funny. Just like not in a row.
Yeah.
know, and not too many times. I do catch myself sometimes reusing a word too much in a sentence or paragraph, and I'll edit it, but not like that.
No, not like that.
It's not noticeable. Yeah, that's really funny.
It is quite
There's so many
funny
more
to
creative
read.
insults though. Why slut? Just like you can insult somebody so many different ways. That could have really gone much better, even if he did keep doing that.
Well, there's a lot of other ones too.
Or
but
some.
slut is one that
I think
sticks
it's.
out.
I think it's what's the language where slut is literally the word for the end. Because I think there's one of those like silent films where at the end it's just the word slut.
Oh,
somebody.
That's funny.
So somebody told me the first time I watched this film, I thought it was kind of. I was like, oh, this is a very nice film, and then it's slut, and I was like, what?
Why would you say that to me?
Look it up and just quickly the word for the end.
Look it up on Wiktionary and see if I can find something.
That's funny.
Do you think they even understand the concept of being scared?
It's apparently Danish.
Oh, Danish. Okay.
Danish, yeah.
Classic.
Danish
Yep.
and
Finnish.
Swedish.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, Norwegian Norse as well.
Ooh.
Some Scandinavian language group has this.
Most of their insults are not sex-based anyway. That's more of a American thing.
No, it's just a coincidence in this case that it looks like the
Yeah.
English word.
I mean, yeah. But also, I think most of theirs are based around like blasphemy
Okay.
or shit. That's usually the other two things. Like they'll focus on shit or blaspheming, and then the other one is sex, which is like Russia, the U.S. focus on sex-based insults. Fuck is cunts.
Yeah,
Those are two of
suck
our
my
worst
dick.
words. Yeah. The Russian, all
Suck
Russian.
a fat dick. Which is
Yeah,
very
apparently is
homophobic.
homophobic. Topical. I also was reading that over my quick break.
That was a fun one.
Private discussion among other friends for any viewers not in. No, like, what are you talking about?
There was a
Well,
funny
XQC
man
got
on
in
our
trouble,
Discord who
yes.
was being very funny.
What humans used to
True.
wear long ago. Certain human collectives used to use face.
I talked about how Japanese swearing is quite complicated, and that can lead to some shitty like fan translations. Which
Oh, yeah.
I noticed in Digimon Tamers when I was watching it just like online in the Japanese subtitle, and there's one who's he's like the the mischievous character of the show, I guess. For the English dub, the voice actor does a Joe Pesci impression for him for some fucking reason. But in Japanese, he's just like a normal mischievous character.
Okay.
And he's talking to Guillemon, who's a naive newborn Digimon, who says like, I can't do this because Takato told me not to. And then he says like, if the subtitles say that he says, go suck on Takato's tits, then... Which maybe,
That's a great
if you
response.
translate it very literally, is what
I
he
mean,
said
that
in
fits
Japanese,
quite
but
well.
for like a kids show,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah,
not. That is not how you should translate that in
No,
English.
no, that's
You should,
fair.
you should have translated it something like "Go crying to Takato," then if you like him so much or something. But it was, for me watching it, it was funny
Yes.
to see it translated that way.
Go drink from Takato's milk finger, as they would say in Morrowind.
Yes, he was a 10-year-old boy, by the way.
Yes. I mean, I watched some of Stardust Crusaders with using fan subs, and I do notice that the fans do like to make characters just swear more. Jojo would just be like "fuck" like way more than in the like Crunchyroll translation or whatever.
Compared to whatever he said in Japanese, which probably is like "darn it" or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Well, his famous
Dare,
catchphrase-
dare.
Yeah, dare,
Yeah,
That just kind of means like
that's it, yeah.
sheesh, basically.
Yeah, it's just like it would be like yeah, exactly, more like sheesh, but in the
Oh
fan
dear,
translation, it would be like
something
for
like that.
fuck's sake or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I think
that's a
There
bad
we go, gotta let
translation
them-
because it doesn't really bring across the character of what a lot of anime characters mean when they say yare yare.
Yeah.
Which is like,
Yada yada does it.
yeah, it's supposed to be more jovial, you know. And like,
Yeah, he's like frustrated or kind of annoyed more than like shit.
yeah, not just be enraged or anything like that.
Yeah.
Was the context. So at least the Impmon one does bring across the like irreverent and mischievous character better. It's just
Sure.
very inappropriate.
Yes, for
translation.
that age group. Yes, that's fair. That's really funny. I think it's something a 10-year-old would say to a 10-year-old though.
A real 10-year-old, yeah. But
Yeah,
in-
but not in the show
media.
for them. I'm with it. But
There's one thing I did actually like about the body. The story that Stand By Me comes from is that the kids in that would
Oh, yeah.
swear. South Park as well, I guess.
Yeah.
The way the kids swear in that is fairly true to how actual kids talk.
It as well.
When
I
they
think
get
Stephen
around
King
that
is
age.
decent at writing kids, or at least how they talk. Because he wrote The Body as well, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
Classic.
talking about.
Yeah, no.
I liked the body when I read it in high school.
I haven't read it, but I do like the movie quite a bit. I've not read Shawshank Redemption either.
I read part of that, and I was enjoying that too at the time.
Okay.
Because I had a short story book that was both those two together. We had the IFR class. I think we read the body for like our grade
Okay.
12
See, you're a
novels.
Stephen King fan. You just like to pretend you're not.
I read a decent number of his books.
You kind of, I mean, yeah, if you just go around reading random books, you're going to come across a fuck ton of King ones.
There's a lot of popular ones.
Yeah.
I remember I read The Shining specifically to compare it with the movie.
Sure.
And then
And you
I
like the
think,
movie a lot better, right?
Oh yeah, it's like infinitely better in every way. I always talk about this, but most of the most iconic stuff in the movie is original to the movie. Like all the lines everyone quotes, they're all from the movie. Like all
believe it.
work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. That is not in the movie, the book
dang.
at all.
But his name is Jack, so that's,
Yes.
know, that's a King original.
And he's not here. Mrs. Torrance, I think, is in the movie. Basically
Okay.
every quotable line.
Yeah. Fair enough. There's that sequel they came out with, Dr. Sleep.
Dr. Sleep, yes, I read that.
Would you like the book?
It was middling, I would
Okay.
say.
I think that's why it took so long to make. I think the movie was also middling, so I have not got around to see it, but...
The one
Which
thing I
one's that?
really remember from the book was the main villains are like these vampires who steal the essences of just like the children, similar
Okay.
to Toxic Joel and like Danny from the book,
Uh-huh.
who is from The Shining, who's the main character now.
Yeah, he's all
After
grown up.
dead.
Yeah.
Yes. And they kidnap a baseball-loving young boy and torture him until he begs them to kill him, which was disturbing, but also kind of like over the top. But I remember that part. That's like the only part I really remember.
Okay.
He's like, kill me. Because they tortured him so much. Because I guess they get more essence to suck when they torture him first before killing him.
That's the plot of Amnesia: The Dark Descent.
But something like that, like I remember it because it was kind of disturbing, but I don't really respect it because it's kind of easy to just like be really edgy like that.
Sure,
you
sure,
know?
sure, sure. I'm not a big fan of what's it, like splatterpunk or like just real what's it called, extreme horror. There's a word for the subgenre, but like books that are just like really horrific and over the top. Because what I like about King is he you know, at least for me, he makes you kind of care about the characters somewhat, and then bad things happen to him, but not just like bad things happening. Just for the sake of them being really
That's
awful.
more cheap, basically.
That's what it feels like to me usually. Yeah.
There's like that little boy who gets tortured like that in Dr. Sleep. That's like the only scene he's in. So he's,
Yeah, so it's like you never got any attachment to him. Yeah.
Before then.
We have a little story thing that this is what 9S gets.
Yes, to be did not see this.
One day, the god appeared before the machines and said, consciousness, pain, joy, misery, fury, shame, desolation, the future, the meaning of life.
Okay.
Intriguing.
Good to know.
What's that?
Analysis. It is the ruin of a former human residential area. Large numbers of humans resided in such concrete and metal shelters. The structures were referred to by names such as apartment complex.
Yoko Taro likes his ruined tall buildings.
Things must have been really dangerous around here, huh?
Yoko Taro likes this.
Oh yeah.
Man, humans sure are weird creatures.
We talked about so many Yokos on the stream, I had to remember for a second which Yoko
Yeah.
this game.
Yes.
Yoko Ono.
When we first said Yoko Ono, I had to like stop and be like get Yoko Taro out of my brain and be like, who? And like, oh yeah, Yoko Ono. Okay.
It's probably the most globally famous of our three Yokos.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Easily. And sadly, too.
The least talented of the three.
Yeah.
Target confirmed. Let's get.
What was I talking about? Oh, books. Yeah. Yeah, Lauren might like to see Dr. Sleep, because she, I don't know if she read the book, but she likes Kings, so maybe we'll check it out. Doesn't it have like Ewan McGregor in it?
Oh,
well, I don't know.
Yeah.
It might. Yeah, I like
yeah,
that.
that's it.
I like them.
I read the book, but I didn't watch the movie. Let's see, I've read The Shining and Dr. Sleep and Arrival and Carrie when I was like 15.
Oh, Carrie, yeah, it's a classic. Yeah. I've seen, I think, both movies.
I think I've seen both movies as well, but I can't remember much about them.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much just like the book. I think I like the new one was fine, you know, but I think I like the old one. But I'm pretty sure it's very much adaptation of the book. Pet Cemetery, I want to read. I hear it's really good. Both my dad and wife recommend it.
The movie was very cheesy.
It was.
Which one? The 80s?
Pet Cemetery. Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, because there's a remake too.
Yeah, I don't care about the remake.
Yeah,
It might be
I've
fine,
heard
I
it's
don't know.
bad. And I've heard that at least the 80s one is, as you mentioned, like cheesy. It has elements of fun to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
the book my dad says is a good like analysis and commentary on grief and how people deal with grief, you know, in the frame of a horror story.
Okay. I wouldn't say I greatly respect Stephen King as a writer, but I kind of have to say that to keep my books snob cred, of course.
Yeah, Stephen King himself said his books are like fast food, so he does not expect to be held up as some kind of a visionary. I don't think he cares.
Indeed,
He's no Thomas Pynchon.
No. He writes
Insane
many more
output,
books a year. Or, well, I guess not per year necessarily, but... And his son now writes?
Yeah, I think his two sons are both writers.
Oh, okay.
Joe Hill, I think, is the one who wrote Notes 4 Act 2.
Yes, which I hear is a good Christmas horror book.
It is a very Stephen King book type of book.
That's what... Yeah, I know. That's what it seems like. But... even Dan Simmons, his horror books are some of them at least are Stephen King type books. It's like the Strand type of books.
Definitely, yeah.
These are android bodies.
Are you reading anything these days? Sorry?
Yes.
What are they doing here?
Unknown.
It's like they were gathered here.
Yeah, I'm reading. I talked about it a little last stream, but a book called Night Film by Marissa something, which was recommended to me. I thought it was recommended to me because I was looking for a detective horror-ish story, but actually there was something else that drew me to it. And now I can't remember what that is, so never mind. But it's a book about a journalist who is investigating the death of the daughter of a famous like cult filmmaker, and the guy like ruined his career by accusing this filmmaker of like some really awful shit because he had gotten this tip, but it turned out the tip was false, and the guy kind of like resents his career being over because of this mistake, and he's like sure there's something awful going on in this family, and the girl allegedly committed suicide, but now they're like he's investigating her with a couple of friends he just picked up along the way, and just finding out that like all this like creepy stuff about her and her life, and like trying to investigate the real reason she died. And so it's interesting. It is kind of a horror-ish detective story, but also it has something else to it that I can't remember what it was. It's like another piece of media that I enjoy, but I can't remember what it was. But anyway, so yeah, I'm reading Night Film. It's good.
Night Film.
Yep.
It's good, but there are many things about it that you cannot remember, it seems.
No, I remember everything about the book. I just don't remember the thing that drew me towards it originally. I think part of it was
it's like. Either.
Yeah, it's. I'll look it up on Reddit and see what people are saying about it, and that'll remind me.
Yeah.
That'll remind me of what other media I enjoyed. And there's another book I think after it that I started reading Name of the Rose, but it's the type of book that I feel like I really need to pay attention to, and I usually listen to books while doing something else, and so it's just like listing off like names of monks and shit. That's like I can't keep up. I gotta find a better time. Maybe like next time I go on a long road trip, that'll be my my book. But
yeah, we're always very fun of that. I have the book in its original language, Italian.
Yeah.
And
I do mean to read it, but I want to. I've been practicing more, definitely. But I feel like you mentioned the book feels like it's verbose enough that I'm not confident enough to like push through it.
I did finish reading. I guess I probably said this last stream too if I was already reading Night Film, but I finished The Little Drummer Girl by John le Carré, a Scottish spy novel author.
John le Carré.
Yes, that's right. I talked about it because I also started watching Pharaoh, which is about the same kind of thing, Israeli-Palestinian terrorism stuff. But that book was good. It was about an English girl who got recruited by like Israeli spy network to take down a Palestinian terrorist network. So it's kind of neat. Okay, this cannot continue.
All right. I'm going to have to leave you guys because I need to get some dinner.
Okay, no worries.
But it was nice.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
See you
Thank you for
around.
having me.
Yeah.
See you next time.
This cutscene.
Adam's coming.
Yeah, perfect time to look up Night Film.
On Reddit?
Yeah, on Reddit.
This is a Reddit break.
I might find the original thread where I was. Oh, Lynch. It's Lynchian horror. Yes, David Lynch. Yes.
Someone seen Eraserhead?
No.
Have you?
Sorry.
This is a machine.
Have you seen Eraserhead?
No, nor have I seen Mulholland Drive. I've only really seen
So
Twin
you've only
Peaks.
seen Twin Peaks?
Yeah, and Dune.
Maybe we should put Eraserhead on there. Maybe watch
Yeah.
this after.
Actually, I do want to see Mulholland Drive. Maybe even more. So that's another good one.
Droids, why?
Can I hack him? Yes. Let's see. What he's got in his head. Oh. I can get hit thrice before going out, so I've already been hit twice.
Twice upon a time. But can you try again if you?
Yeah, you can try again. I think you just take a little damage, but you get kicked out. Just gotta play it real careful. Fuck. Right, a purple.
Okay.
Ow! Honestly, I don't know if hacking him gets you any, like, story elements that you wouldn't just get otherwise for free, but...
She's, like, newborn, so...
Yeah. Well, he's tough. He's a tough newborn. This hacking minigame is hard. Like, I can imagine... Or it can't... Fuck. I can imagine, like, somebody just giving up on the game if they're just not very good at games. Maybe if you play on easy or something, it's not so bad. But...
Yeah.
Dodge. Projectile. Deflect.
Can't deflect hacks, bitch.
We better finish this quick. The difficulty of the hacking.
I don't. But this anyway. This is why like 9S is also kind of a annoying playthrough because the hacking minigame is a lot harder than just fighting as 2B. Maybe he is supposed to be a little too tough for me. We're doing just see, we're doing just fine, just whittling him down, and then the hacking is like, what the fuck?
Small brain hacking slash players can't handle this incredible hacking gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Where the heck, Eve? Maybe he's easier.
Like, how do I do witch time?
Witch time is cool. This game has witch time. Sort of.
Yeah. I think we did activate witch time.
I think I have to install an OS chip for it, but... Sort of. I can't create giant monsters out of my hair, though, which is the real downside.
No.
I should add Bayonetta to
your
this game.
clothes fly off.
That'd be cool. Alright, Adam's done.
Because Bayonetta's clothes actually already just took her.
That's right, yeah.
Because she's a witch.
Yeah, witches don't wear clothes. It hampers their magic ability.
And witches are always women. But if you then say that you don't mean to insult all women, that's bad. You have to be censored. That was a funny thing. So this is basically the same as we saw before. Eve emerges from Adam's rib, of course, as is biblical.
Yes, I think in the anime they actually make it very much explicit from the rib. Even more so than that's kind of apparent here.
2B, we gotta get out of here.
Because we brought up we had just alluded to the censoring, I guess, of Roald Dahl's work by the estate that owns his opus, his body work. So, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it does diminish the like if you read his work and it's had stuff removed from it, you haven't really gotten the full experience of reading it. So it kind of just it just hurts the people that are trying to enjoy his work. It makes it harder for them to really do so and be able to get the full media. I also think that I agree with our consensus that it doesn't seem like anyone actually asked for this. It's just a publishing company being overzealous.
What the hell just happened?
Yeah, so the edits were mostly focused on removing material that, since the time of the original publishing, which is not that long ago, I think these books are maybe 50 years old,
yeah, something like
has become offensive. So
to someone somewhere.
Yeah, most references to gender have been in some way modified, and the word fat is a very big
any
word
reference to weight, because even like enormous is just a shape, so no weight references.
Well, they changed it. I got this group in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory who said it to be fat, but then it was changed to be enormous instead.
Yeah,
that's what the edits did.
Which is a worse thing to call someone, actually.
Possibly.
I think, but yeah, I mean, it depends. I don't have to fight. Yeah, and like removing any the tortoise thing was weird. Like removing any remotely insulting language, I guess, is the key. But like the book called out tortoises as being backwards creatures, so they can only read backwards, and they just removed the part where it says they're backwards creatures. It's like, why was the tortoise fucking offended? Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
That's why it seems to me that it's like somebody trying to justify a paycheck, really.
What it is, well, I popped into a thread on Reddit I happened to come across, and somebody mentioned that it does seem to be like the publisher just preemptively doing this, and it's in order to keep the books relevant in the modern age, because they don't want to see sales drop, right? But it's like, first of all, books, it's rare for a book to be truly multi-generational, right? They're products of their time. Anybody can enjoy them at any time, but kids, you know, are going to be
Part
reading.
of the point of reading older literature, in my opinion, is to get insight into older
Yeah,
cultures.
absolutely. Like if Count of Monte Cristo was like remade as a modern masterpiece, it would still lose something compared to the original. It's just like learning about the culture of the time, right?
I was hoping we could talk about
Yeah, learning how committing suicide when you are facing bankruptcy apparently made sense in like
Yeah,
19th
exactly.
century France.
But now you just declare bankruptcy and you get even richer if you do it right.
Yes, like Donald Trump.
You got it.
So yeah, and like it's just they're grasping at trying to keep this income going, I guess, by preemptively editing the book to make it more modern. But like, kids are going to be reading young adult stuff that appeals to them. If anyone wants to read Roald Dahl's books, they'll go back and read them. But like, they're not going to be like trick someone into reading Roald Dahl's books as like, look, it's a modern young adult book. We edited it. It's like nobody's gonna like.
no way.
What? They're gonna be reading fucking whatever the fuck Hunger
Hunger
Games or
Games
you know the
or-
new version of that.
Yeah, whatever. Hunger Games
Yeah.
is actually relevant now. Yes. Well, it's not really to modernize the book so much as it is to scrub out anything that might be considered offensive when you really like look at the nitty gritty of what was edited, which is also
not only though.
misguided.
I agree it's misguided, but not only that, because they changed names of countries to be more like inclusive, and not just for the offense. I think it tries to remove any anachronism. Like I think there are some examples of that. So I think it is mostly to remove offense, but I think there is this modernization, which I think is maybe even more misguided. I don't know, but
I'd say so,
Yeah.
probably. Because you can at least make the argument that these are books that kids read to relax or whatever, and that like a fat kid reading about, I guess, a group being insulted for being fat might be upset by that, and
Sure.
that would be too bad. So there's some benefit, I guess, maybe to that, although I don't know if calling him enormous would fix it.
just have a
So-
separate version. You call it the fat version, and then if you're fat, you buy that, and it doesn't have any references to being fat. And then there's one for like the woman version, and it removes all references that could possibly hint towards women being looked down upon or anything. You know, and there's a version for everyone. And then you have the original. There you
That
go.
would
I solved the problem.
justify
I sent them a letter.
even more paychecks for some editors.
Yeah, it's actually genius. They'll be like, oh my god, you're brilliant. You're hired. Yeah, I think it's really pointless.
It's funny that Wally tried to like intellectually justify it by talking about old translations of Three Musketeers, but then as we looked into it, it turns out Netflix owns the rights to Roald Dahl's estate, and the edits were just really, really goofy.
I think that Wally, my impression was that Wally felt like if I was blowing things out of proportion by even linking the article, because he immediately reacted with like, who cares?
Yeah,
I was like,
and
first off, I know you didn't read it
like
because there was a paywall.
alternating lower and uppercase. Text.
It's like, I know you didn't even read the article because you couldn't, so I don't know why you
It
had
is
such a
weird that
strong
he like
opinion.
he frames himself as the intellectual type of guy, but then he's trying to shut down
Oh, true,
discussions
yeah,
that aren't
that does
actually
play into
relevant.
that we've talked about before.
Because even when I went and wrote a response to his thing, and then he was like, maybe, but I don't care. It's like, okay, nice discussion, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he was just pissed that it was a paywall and he just was being spiteful.
Well, so we only got the Irish Times, which is a very trustworthy
Yeah.
source, and didn't have a paywall.
Yeah, I think my network setup like bypasses paywalls or something.
Yeah,
'cause-
some kind of like ad block thing that gets past paywalls.
Probably, because
maybe.
I had the same issue with my other friends with a different article too, and I was like, oh.
Go ahead.
They're asking $15 a month for that site. It really is.
No. My wife and I did subscribe to a newspaper once because she was at the grocery store and this guy was selling paper subscriptions. And he was like, listen, if you just buy one, I can go home. This is I'll fill my quota.
Okay, yeah.
He was like, alright.
I would probably buy it in that case too.
Yeah, and we got a paper every week. We did the crossword, so it was honestly, yeah, it was fun. But it was also like $15. Like fuck that for a newspaper in 2022 or one was probably. No thanks.
Yeah. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. We've seen all this before.
Looks like our surface route's been cut off. Maybe we can get through from underground. So 2B, those machines out in the desert look just like androids, right?
Right.
But we androids were modeled after our human creators. So why would machines try to look like us?
There's no point trying to work out unsolvable problems.
I suppose.
This is Tactical Support Unit Pod 042. Control has been assigned to 2B.
This is Tactical Support Unit Pod 153. Control has been assigned to 9S.
Combat data exchange requested.
Exchange accepted.
Proposal. Data should be exchanged regularly for greater efficiency.
Proposal accepted. Data will be exchanged regularly for greater efficiency.
End communication.
They were found by the machines. The machines called them treasures. Each treasure had a different shape. Each treasure had a different shape.
What are those? What the?
Wow, this is weird.
Let's be happy together, together, together.
Where does this corridor lead?
Alright, I have returned.
Welcome.
We are in the
amusement
current
park.
goal list. We
You
are
didn't
going
miss a
through
cutscene?
9S faster, but I guess that's because we've not been doing the side quests anymore mainly.
Yeah, and I've also been just skipping fights. I running past.
Oh sure.
You missed a quick cutscene about another one of those machine myth kind of cartoony things, and it said the machines all found treasures, and the treasures all had different shapes. That's what we learned.
Okay.
So another kind of using.
Somewhat cryptic for the time being.
Cryptic is a better word, yes. Exactly. But yeah, we're blowing through this pretty quick. It'll probably end around maybe the forest or something. Probably get that far. We'll see. We'll see.
We hack the tank to learn its sad backstory.
I think only the big boss, like the real bosses, have them. But yeah, I will hack the tank just to like kill it faster, unless I fuck up again, over and over. Can I? Not. There we go. It's not so bad. Oh, they keep appearing. Oh my goodness.
Seems like hacking Adam was supposed to be extra difficult.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't. I don't think that was worth it. I think I could do more damage in less time. Oh well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sometimes I think you can later when you hack like weaker enemies, you take control of them, and that can be worth it for certain types. And then for like some bosses, it is faster too. Oh jeez, to hack.
To keep hacking them.
Yeah, but not this guy. I guess you can pretty much grind him down. This time I did not murder every machine in the amusement park. I did notice that they were all
What's this?
non-hostile.
Some kind of crystal?
So, you know,
Analysis. It is a
trying to play a little more
fragment
peaceful
of a
as
machine
9S here.
life form. It is similar
Yeah.
in structure to a plant cell.
He seems like a
plant
peaceful
cell.
person.
We also learned the machines are plants.
The aliens were like compared with plants, right?
Right, yeah, that's right. So they must have built the machines with plant-looking technology. At some point, come on, get on it.
Analysis. It is a device that propels humans on rails at high speeds for the purposes of amusement. It was commonly referred to as a roller coaster.
Humans sure are strange creatures.
I don't really like roller coasters myself.
No, I hate them. Yeah. I remember going on one as a kid, and like it was like even like the kiddie coaster, and I was still like freaking out.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
wanted to get off.
So what do you think?
I don't wish to go to our amusement park again, but it's mainly because of the fucking lines.
Yeah.
Last
There's, like,
time when I was
fun
like
stuff.
20, and we like drove all the way to Toronto, which was a long drive in and of itself, and then we had to deal with Toronto traffic, and then pay like, I don't know, $75 a person or something to go in and just sit there waiting for rides all day.
Yeah, yeah.
No part of this was even close to being worth it.
No. My wife has like a bad opinion of Disney World or Land. I don't know which one they went to, but because her dad would go on conferences and like take her and her sister and then just like ditch them. So he just like dumped them at the Disney World, and shit just like babysit her sister the whole time. It's like, oh, fun.
That sucks, yeah.
And, yeah, I went to like Six Flags as a kid, but yeah, I didn't like it. My parents too. My parents tried a roller coaster at Six Flags, and my dad said he like looked over at my mom at one point, and she like looked like she knew she was about to die. The whole time, it's like super pale, like horrified.
Maybe not a very Russian pastime.
Yeah, I suppose not.
Okay, now you have her.
Alright, now we get some sad backstory. Yeah. Is it sad enough to justify hanging all these poor androids? We'll see.
I guess that's the question.
No, I don't know. It's yeah, her name's Simone. We found out.
Say anything about a machine like this.
So I think I have to beat her up a bit before I'm allowed to hack her. But I think most of like the boss machines are like the ones on, or like a lot of the ones off net. I guess she's off network, like gone mad. It's not like her story justifies her actions. She's just gone kind of off the off her rocker.
Deep end, yeah.
The deep end, off the deep rocker.
The one thing I'm noticing is that for having hidden their names in the first place, all these bosses have very mundane names.
It might be a reference, but that's just something that, yeah, I don't know, like Simone maybe is like an operatic reference, or Peru, I mean, yeah. It's just more of just like, now they have names, that's the significance.
Maybe it's because them having normal names, it humanizes them more, and 2B was trying to deny that they had any potential for
Yeah,
intelligence.
like 9S has all this information that makes it clearer to him that they are truly achieving consciousness. So they both denied it first, but you'll see, like, as things progress, it's even like the little weird cutscenes about like their histories seem like it's hard to say at this point. I actually don't know if it ever becomes clear, but those seem like myths that like the machines have come up with to explain their history, you know. So they've developed like culture and that kind of thing. They have names, they have culture. We see they have religion. We see they have government, even though we murdered their king. So like what separates them? Yeah, what separates them from humans? In the end, is kind of the very obvious question. Let me hack.
I think squishy flesh is what's the difference.
That's true. Maybe they can drape themselves in flesh. Well, then Adam and Eve kind of got that covered, so
No, that's true.
they're human.
It's more pleasant to touch squishy flesh than cold, hard metal.
That's right, yeah. Unless you're one of those people that are attracted to cars. Or amusement park rides, you know, thematically.
Yes.
There we go.
No accounting for taste, I suppose. That was an easy hack.
That was. We get a free story element.
So Simone begins as a normal robot, I see.
She does, yes.
Okay, so do you have to like keep hacking her to get more backstory?
I think
hack.
I don't know if it gives you more each hack or like either way it'll give you all of it at the end. Like I don't know if you can miss it or if it just gives it out at predetermined intervals.
We hacked her once we beat her. We'll get to see the rest of the backstory even.
We have to hack her a few times to chip her health down, but yeah. We'll see. I think when I played this recently, because I was going for some side quest, I just utterly failed at hacking her, and I still got the rest of her story at the end of it, so...
Sure.
Are we seriously being attacked with dead androids?
Seriously?
I'm detecting black box signals. They're not dead. They've been turned into weapons.
All right.
They already were weapons.
Well, it's a very philosophical observation of you.
What is a human except a weapon? That sounds like some Metal Gear fucking dialogue.
Very tourist.
Yes.
Camera angle again, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to hack it back. Keep it busy.
You got it.
Sons of the Patriots. It's not. Maybe I have enough practice at this point to not fuck it up. Last time I played it was like the first hacking I've done in 3 years in this game, so... Come on. There we go. Yeah, okay, yeah, you do get it.
She's adorned herself quite a bit.
I think that's the fucking philosopher. That's why
I was gonna say, is that...
You would accept her. She picked the wrong person to love. Let's hit her again.
And he just says something like, moments are transitory, one cannot possess them. My favorite line of the game so far is from 9S, though.
Which one? Oh, fuck, say there.
Your mouth can say anything it wants, but you still don't have a heart.
Yes. Oh my god, what the? There's so much bullshit on my screen. Stop. Again. They do change, so like maybe this one's an easier one. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I noticed there was a different one when you were trying to hack Adams.
Yeah. I was going to bring it up then and I kind of just didn't. Ah, okay. Third time. I could just... Again, I could just kill him. But... No, I'll play this as intended. Painfully. Here we go, this one's not too bad. Forces. Okay, there we go. I didn't get anything. Alright, fuck that. I guess it does just give you the rest at the end.
For Simone.
For Simone.
She just wanted to be beautiful.
She did. She's definitely unique looking. Oh well, no, she has a big eel in her. Never mind. That's not very beautiful.
Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
True. Jean-Baptiste, I'm sure, appreciated the eel.
Sounds like something he liked, yeah.
Phew. There she goes. Alright.
Now back story time.
Beautiful poem.
So she became a cannibal.
She did.
Okay, that was a pretty sad backstory.
Pretty sad.
And she
There she
dancing with
goes.
a different silhouette, I think.
No, I think that was the same one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or Simone. There she goes.
Thanks for
She couldn't have self-acceptance.
Oh, you mean the hack? Us scanners are pretty
That's
good
right.
at that kind of thing.
That was her problem. I
I've got your
suppose.
back anytime.
Yes, nobody wants to be in a relationship with someone that doesn't love
We have to
themselves.
save those androids.
I think they were only.
Oh.
Nobody's not saving those androids anymore.
No, they're dead. But we get their items, and there is a secret here.
What is it?
We
The
gotta walk
machine
for a
had
bit.
some pretty weird things to say, huh? It's almost like it had actual emotion.
The machines don't have feelings. You said that yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so when Nina said that about the things she had to say, it didn't make as much sense when we were 2B and didn't get that backstory.
Right,
That
yeah.
was
Now it's clear that 9S is getting additional communication, additional insight.
I can't wait to see the boat robot's backstory.
Oh, yes. His is also sad. Spoilers. I think that's the other one. That what is there another big boss? I think those are the two, like
It's all they really
crazy
really
machine bosses. Yeah. Then there's A2, and then there's the factory sequence, which is just like the spider. The spider does not have a sad backstory. It's just a big spider ball thing.
Yeah.
So.
Was 2B 9S even present for that part?
Well, in spirit, yeah, true.
Oh,
I forget what you do. Oh yeah, you do a bunch of story shit in the game as 9S, while 2B does the factory escape. So yeah, he's not really there. Let's get these people. Alright, next we're gonna go to Pascal's village. Like
classic part.
Classic. Maybe I'll do it to Pascal and then see if there's any side quests we can wrap up the stream with. Because I don't really want to start the forest.
Fair enough.
Because I just don't feel like it. But we could. It doesn't take that long. I don't think the forest is just very interesting. It's just literally the same. Because I don't think you get much more insight. Oh no, you do. You get insight into the machine. The forest kingdom's like backstory. So that's fair.
You don't get to find out about the baby's sad backstory.
Yes, yes. Even babies can be sad.
Yeah.
No one is safe in the world of Yoko Taro.
I heard it's important to like hug your baby enough so it doesn't get too sad.
Yeah, you have to. They did that experiment with the monkeys, right?
This thing is
you know what I'm talking about?
I think I can vaguely remember, yeah.
Yeah, they like
one was
raised.
loved and one wasn't.
Well, they had baby monkeys, like groups that I don't know if they even did a control, but they raised the group of baby monkeys with only machine contact. Like they were fed by a machine, and they like everything they needed was provided by a machine. So they had no contact with like a mother monkey, and they grew up like super fucked up.
Yeah, I bet they would.
Yep. So.
I don't know if you really needed to run an experiment to find that out, but I guess it's nice.
It depends. I guess it's like, what does is affection like a measurable thing that a child can like understand, or does it really just want like food or whatever, right? So I guess that was the idea. think we can see yeah, that's right. We get to see the rockets go off.
Oh, right.
Yes,
You
we
wouldn't
did see
have
this
seen
on
that before.
2B's story.
They're sending supplies up from Earth to the moon and the bunker. There are no spare parts or fuel in space after all.
Huh.
There's a side quest involving those. I'm trying to find it. I think it's in the village. Might be in Route C though. I never remember.
So why don't the
You can
machines,
say.
or the
Who can?
aliens who created them, attack the bunker directly? They originally came here from outer space.
Do you have
Well, there are a few theories about that.
Is
No
it
one
a
knows
holiday
for
in
sure.
Canada tomorrow?
Hard to
It is in
tell
the
what
U.S.
Yes, it's
thinking,
Family
you know?
Day.
Oh, nice. It's President's Day for us.
Yeah.
Damn, yeah, that's fun.
I'm just gonna like play the Ducks Family song from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared on repeat.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Undergarments? It's such
Oh
a
yeah, we get
hassle.
more scenes of
The
these two as
records
well.
claim humans
They've
covered their
discovered
crotches as they
underwear.
They do have underwear. We
And
found
they're
the answer.
discussing
genitals were seen
underwear.
as problematic. So just be quiet and wear them already.
Okay. But why
They
are
don't
we
have
eating
genitals
this
to
plant
reveal,
matter?
so
Machines don't need to eat things like this.
This is a type of fruit. Our data suggests that mankind gained great intelligence from consuming
okay, so his
fruit.
data includes the
So
Bible.
quit griping and eat it already.
All right.
Just both the undergarments
you
and
want.
the apple
But
thing
once
are
we're
both
done,
probably from him
And
reading
their
the Bible.
names.
Stay together for a bit?
Yeah.
Fine.
Oh, great. Then I'll eat lots of fruit.
Okay, so once again, this is something we were not privy to as
No,
2B.
but it fits. Eve cares just about spending time with his brother, and Adam wants to just learn about humans and mimic them without any real meaning.
So far, anyways.
So far,
He,
so far.
he does come to some conclusions based on his analysis of humans later.
He finds the meaning of death.
Hello.
Yeah.
Before we begin, there's something you must understand.
Here's Pascal.
Not your enemies.
2B.
There he is.
Trust anything the machines say.
My second favorite character behind John Baptiste.
That's right.
Well, anyway, my name is Pascal. I'm the leader of this village. Those who reside here desire nothing more than to live a
Alright,
peaceful,
well, we're aware of this. I'm gonna say that I keep forgetting to try to self-destruct. Speaking of underwear.
Alright, we still haven't done that. Yeah, let's see 9S's underwear. Oh, we fucked up the whole robot village because he's self-destructed.
That's fine, I'm gonna reload.
Yeah, it looks like
He
his
does have-
clothing is unaffected.
No, he has,
His shorts blew off.
his shorts blew off. I think he has some, like, shorter shorts. Yes, he
Let's
has
go on the
boxers.
ladder and see if we can get a
Oh,
better
yeah,
short
there we
of
go,
his
there we go.
boxers.
It won't let me.
Too bad.
I have to go to a different. Yeah, maybe I'll do it in a different part of the game because the camera perspective is forced here.
Yeah. Well, there
Okay, well, we've
answered
answered that question.
Yes, one of my
everyone
most
has underwear.
burning questions about Nier Automata.
2B, 9S, and both Adam and Eve all have underwear, and A2 is
A2
like
definitely
in her
does because she
underwear.
doesn't wear anything else over it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Speaking of Jean Baptiste, we can go talk to him. It's been so long
Yes.
since we've had a good philosophy lesson.
It's the same philosophy lesson we know and love from the start of 2B's story,
Yeah.
though, of course.
It's based on Sartre, apparently.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jean-Paul. That's his name.
Jean-Paul, not Jean Baptiste. Yes, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to correct you because I also wasn't confident.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it was Jean Baptiste. I just kept saying that. It's Jean-Paul. Okay, yeah, Jean-Paul Sartre.
Yes.
He was I think he like molested a 16-year-old girl or something with his wife.
No, fun. Okay. Oh, that can't happen here.
Oh yeah, he does keep saying existentialism, right? That's what Sartre is associated with.
Yeah. I guess maybe I didn't finish this quest, so I have to like redo it or something. That's fine.
You did say there were some more robots you could get Jean-Paul to
Yeah,
reject the
that's
letters
true.
of.
And this door, I don't think I've ever opened it because it's not a hacking door. I don't know what opens this door. I guess I could look it up, but I just
Maybe
haven't.
nothing. Maybe it's just one of those decorative
that's-
video game doors.
Possible. Like in Mother. Mother has the doorknob.
Yes, that's
So
what you're thinking of.
we can maybe that doorknob goes to this door.
I'm sure there are some, but I don't think there are too many unopenable doors in Mother. I think of GTA and stuff have tons of that. It's like
There's
a
one in
facade of a building.
Yeah, there's one in Disco Elysium. Remember, there's a bunker door that you like cannot open, and that's just like it just stays in your quest log to annoy you because it's impossible.
Oh yeah, that's a very Disco Elysium type of thing to do.
Yes, I guess I got it down.
That's really deliberate instead of just like putting a building on in a game for decoration and letting the player go up to the door and not go in.
We'll try to progress the quest just to see get more beautiful dialogue from Jean-Paul. We won't ignore him this time.
Yeah.
I kind of just that first playthrough was mostly for the main story, and this time we'll make sure it hits at least a couple of good side quests. Yeah. We've already seen this one. Though. Just blast through it.
There's one duty down to answer every question spewed in one's direction.
Yes. Yes, that's a really good one too. Respond to emails that way. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think both that one and your mouth can say anything at once, but you still don't have a heart have good uses in real life.
Yes.
Do you know that Digimon started out as a alternative to Tamagotchi for boys?
Huh. I didn't know Tamagotchi was for girls.
It was traditionally more popular for girls.
Okay.
So the thinking when making the original Digimon things, which was like a Digivice that you could have that had a Tamagotchi-like Digimon pet on it, was that it would appeal to boys more.
She sure cares about her little sister, huh?
That's cool.
I had one of those back in the day, like the Digimon Tamagotchi thing, but I didn't know if it started out as that or if it started as something else. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is an interesting one because it starts out as a manga before it becomes a card game.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Huh, that is odd.
That's why in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh, all the stuff that Yugi does is like complete bullshit and doesn't have anything to do with the actual rules of the eventual card game. And in the second game, they make it conform a lot more to the card game's rules. Second season, rather.
Gotcha.
Like in the first season, he like summons the moon when he's fighting a water-based guy and increases how much water there is on the field, and then all the water guys' troops move up close to him, and then he destroys the moon, and the water recedes, and he kills all the monsters. There's nothing remotely like that in the card game.
That'd be cool if there was, though.
Yeah.
Or find like one dot on the map. Maybe I'll just give up because I can't. If you know what I'm up to. The fuck? Like here, but it's probably under me, but I can't. I don't think I can get there. Whatever. Beyond here? Oh, maybe. Yeah. There it is. There's shit. Oh, it's this woman. Yeah, okay. Oops. I'm stupid.
Yeah. There's lots of machines that like tart themselves up to appeal to Jean-Paul, it seems.
Yeah, I guess
they has some parallelisms with Simone. Oh yeah, Simone is because Simone de Beauvoir, which is Jean-Paul Sartre's wife.
Ah, there you go. See?
I did think about suggesting that it was Simone de Beauvoir, but that seemed too much of a stretch.
Well, now we think it's
I
less of a
realized that
stretch.
it was not a stretch after all.
No. Okay. That's right, we go talk to Remedy.
What a wide-ranging set of references Yoko Taro makes in his games.
Yeah, he that's a thing he does. Let me tell you. Jean-Paul's melancholy.
Jean-Paul's ennui, as the pros call it.
Yeah, I don't really know much about. Oh.
Operator 210 to 9S.
What, Digimon?
This is your regularly scheduled
Jean-Paul's
contact.
Sartre,
I have something
but...
important to
me
discuss
neither.
with you today.
What is
He
it?
wrote some
Our
books.
maintenance team filed a complaint about how you treat your flight unit. They requested
I know
that
he
you
was
cease
married to
making
Simone de
unauthorized
Beauvoir.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I
And he
kinda
wrote some
had to.
books.
There's so much
He
excess data
liked
sent
being
to
called
me
an
from the satellite,
existentialist in
it's
contrast to
delaying
Camus, who
correction.
did not like being
If you
called
have
that.
a rebuttal, you need to
Although
discuss
people
it with
called
maintenance.
both of them that.
Fight it out if you must.
I think they had a
Operator
falling
210
out over it. They became like rivals.
Jeez.
Yes.
My operator's more prone to violence than I thought.
This is the next guy I was looking for. He's got to do with the rockets, so good we found him. He's a scientist. You can tell from his glasses and buck teeth.
Yes, there are lots to learn to adorn themselves to represent social status. Like in ancient Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
On which I am an expert.
That's right.
You know that in ancient Egypt, children would not wear clothing, but the rich kids would wear like jewelry to indicate that they were rich.
That makes sense, sure. You have to show off how rich you are, it's very important.
They could have done it using clothes, but they decided not to, I guess. But I think it might have been one of those countries where purple was like associated with wealth because of the dye, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. That might have been more of a Rome thing.
Maybe, yeah. You know, the Egyptians, like, I don't know if they invented makeup, but they definitely, like, one of the earliest civilizations to use it, I think. Made from, I don't know, bat guano, probably.
Probably.
So I got a choice sachet, which I think,
The sachet is what we use to ride animals.
Yeah, but the choice sachet, I think, means you don't need bait, so you can just automatically ride all animals like they're all friendly
That
too.
is choice.
Very choice indeed. I forgot I can quick save from anywhere. What do we got here? 2 more side quests we can pick up. Let's do that. Side quest collection. Let's see.
We have 15 minutes to kill with side quests.
Yeah, I don't think I want to start anything new. I'm kind of tired, so I don't really want to go over. It's a good place to stop anyway, around Pascal's village, and I do want to do some more side quests, so it's a good time to start picking them up.
We stopped in Pascal's village on the first stream as well.
We did, so it's very appropriate.
Both loops going the same way.
Here. That's right, we got the child quest. Oh. What do you we have, like, what, one more stream left of Fire Emblem, or 2?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Oh, okay, I thought
Could
you
easily
had said, yeah. Maybe I
Could
missed
easily be more than that.
No problem. Just curious. What was your plan for your next one?
I don't know if I had one, to be honest.
Okay.
I think I suggested I might play Final Fantasy IX afterwards, but I'm not sure I will do that now.
You can use Xenogears.
I do want to do that one, but I think I would like to replay it first.
Okay.
So that I have more relevant things to say on the story.
Sure.
I think I should probably break up the JRPGs with shorter games.
That's fair.
I thought of a bunch of shorter games I could do.
We can get into the city ruins if we move that
Tunic.
box.
No. I was thinking of Star Fox 64.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And also Parappa the Rapper.
Oh, that's fun. I haven't seen that one. I played Star Fox 64.
It's a good game.
Why is Moose so slow? Okay. But I've never played Parappa the Rapper. I've only seen the, you know, the Donald Duck video. Or Daffy Duck, sorry.
Yes, that's
the other one.
classic.
The other duck. Now, fuck. You could do, yeah, I don't know. I want to recommend a game to you at some point. Oh yeah, the Vampire the Masquerade I already recommended, but that's probably an undertaking, so it's not a short one.
Was there a different game you were thinking of recommending as well?
I was kind of forced to play Morrowind, but I might even do that myself, just because it can be a little bit meandering if someone doesn't know what they're doing.
I think I did say before that I was somewhat concerned about, like, having never played it, missing important side quests or something like that for the purpose of streaming it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, even if I did it, I would put together a, like, list of things that I specifically wanted to show off, because I don't even know what all side quests are in there. Of course, not all of them are good. Okay, that's the karate
That
robot.
might be a better approach for it.
Yeah.
Than
One thing I like about the game is
expert.
it does a really good job of like forcing you to interact with the world. So like part of the main quest is you have to go and like rank up in some of the guilds. For example, like there's like
Okay, yes.
like make you interact with some side content, whereas in the later games it's much more separate. Like the guild quests have nothing to do with the main story, and vice versa.
That is a thing that happens sometimes. Is stories or games are saying like do an X amount of side questing and then you can proceed.
Yeah, it's more just like rank up to like this level in the guild. It's like 3 quests, doesn't take long, but it's intended to, you know, show you that side of the gameplay, and I think it makes the world feel more connected, which is the main thing I liked about that game. But as far as just like doing side quests, yeah, there might be some that are missed. But Morrowind, the side quests are generally not the strength. It is the main quest there. It's more Oblivion that has better side quests. Oh.
Okay.
But at some point. Yeah, I don't know about any others. I'll have to think. I think Vampire the
always
Masquerade would be fun,
recommend
but
me Western RPGs.
yeah, because I think they're games that are adjacent to your interests, but ones that you wouldn't necessarily have played on your own.
Perhaps. I might not have played Deus Ex beyond the amount I tried to play it prior to when we started streaming it.
Yeah, exactly. And now
The game does
you're a better
have to
person
grow
for
on
it.
you. Yeah, you do have to force people to play Deus Ex because it does have to grow on them.
Yeah. I think it's funny, like, at the point where I think you started liking the game is when the game started to get worse. Like, it was maybe, like, after what I would consider some of the peaks, which are probably, like, the late parts of Hong Kong, maybe.
I think for me, what I liked more about it, or what made me just like it more, I think, was this when the story started to get more philosophical.
Oh, sure. So, like, in Paris.
Is later on.
Yeah.
I think one of the first things that changed my perspective of the game a bit is when you talk to the like primitive AI that has all the information on JC Denton.
Mm-hmm. I think it's when you go to prison.
No, not that one. The one that's in the Illuminati leader's basement or whatever.
Oh yeah, right. Okay. Is that the same place, or I know you can kill the Illuminati Illuminati leader.
That one.
Yeah,
Where
okay.
the guy's like being kept on ice, the mystic house type of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also, you can go to this old like chat bot thing. It's like the blue face.
Right, I remember the
Jason
chat
Denton
bot.
says, "What's up with that computer screen one with a blue face for an interface?"
Yeah, and it starts like gushing like this philosophical stuff.
Yeah. As human beings create a society, not because of a willingness, but a need to be assimilated into higher orders of meaning.
That's right. That is what he said.
It says, the unplanned organism is a question posed by nature and answered by death. You are a different kind of question with a different kind of answer. It's around that point in the game when the dialogue starts to have the parentheticals attached into it.
Oh yeah. Yes. I feel like that's where a lot of people kind of lose the plot, because before that it was fairly straightforward.
Yeah. The philosophy stuff is more backloaded in the game.
I guess they kind of removed all that shit from later games. Like, let's just stick with the basic stuff and let go of all the philosophy that was actually the interesting parts.
There was some very airy philosophy in Human Revolution, like about
bit.
like we need to make robots, we need to make cybernetic enhancements because people need to pursue greater levels of knowledge or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think for me the problem with that was that there were so many much more like immediate and pertinent arguments to be used in that discussion that it felt like it was like philosophizing for the sake of philosophizing rather than actually having meaningful things to say. Because it was very rare that somebody would be like, these cybernetics are good because Adam Jensen needs them to live.
Yeah.
A fairly straightforward, pertinent argument.
And I mean, like, there are a lot of people, like, a big part of it was people need these because they lose their limbs and, like, they want to keep their function. But
the people who are arguing for the cybernetic enhancements would never say that. They'd say,
no,
like,
it's like
humans need to
transhumanism,
continue to seek greater horizons, and this is the new thing to research. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did think of Prey. I would like to play Prey. One or both of them. Because it's been a while since I played the first one, the shooter one, and I think it is like actually worth playing. Like it's quite a good
The
unique
second one
game.
is supposed to be a rather solid game as well.
It is. I think you know we talk about it being forgettable, and I think a big part of that is the genre, right? Because nobody really cares that much about immersive sims anymore. I think the last time that companies tried to cash in on that was Human Revolution, and it worked, I guess, but then after that it kind of fell off.
Maybe. I think it has more to do with the aesthetic choices that the company makes.
Yeah.
They just kind of make games without the kind of emotional heart to them that makes people remember things, I think. Or even just the fun factor. Like, people mostly remember Deus Ex because of JC Denton's funny one-liners, and there's no equivalency to that in Dishonored, really. The only thing I remember is I tried to do a no-kill run and ended up killing Granny Whispers.
But you can kill her. She's not a... Spoilers, but she's like a eldritch entity.
Oh, okay.
She's not a person.
Does it count as a no-kill run?
I actually don't know. It might not count. If you
I felt as if my no-kill run had been betrayed in any case, because you can not kill her.
Right. Actually, you fight... I mean, if you don't... Even if you do kill her there, she might come back, and she's a optional boss fight later to get some stuff. And I think even if you don't kill her there, like, there's no way to take her out non-lethally. But I might be wrong. I might be completely mistaken. So, in the end, the result is the same. Like, you just take her out. What is this?
Yeah.
Why can I hit?
It's the only thing I really remember. I remember you can brand a priest's face, but like, that didn't really make that much of an impression on me that you can do that.
Yeah. Well, he was a dick.
I can't even remember what any of the other non-lethal kills were.
You can send the two like rich brothers to work in their own mines.
Oh, I vaguely remember that now that you said it. Yeah.
And the party one is funny because the way you do it is you just kidnap one of the sisters and just force her to marry some random dude. He's just like, I'll just take her away and you'll never see her again, and that's basically a kill. And you're like, okay.
Technically accurate. Yes, well.
I interrupted the touching conversation.
Line, yeah.
I need this. Type 40 fists. Okay. Alright, we're getting a lot of quests here that I missed last time. So you know what? I mean, even though it's less interesting, worth it to do a little bit of side quest cleanup, IMO.
Definitely.
But yeah, I think that's true because like the game was made to be basically System Shock 3, and like what do people remember from System Shock? Literally Shodan.
Yeah.
Shodan and like the other antagonists from 2, the many, the body horror hive mind, neither of which exists in Prey. So what do you got? A space station? You got that in System Shock 2. It's cool. It's a cool space station, but it's not especially memorable. People also remember the ending of Prey, which is maybe not a good thing.
Yeah, it can just all be a simulation or something like that.
Yeah, and the ending of System Shock 2 also was actually 1 and 2 was awful. So that's kind of just a constant in those games, but like that's fine because the rest of the game makes up for it. But
I think Deathloop had kind of shitty writing. You kind of remember how shitty it is, so that's something.
It's like, yeah, it's kind of got that generically witty thing going on.
Some of the, like, you can read the DMs that the big head honcho guys are sending to each other, and they're, like, really cringe.
Yeah, I wish that, like, they had more, like, unique, outstanding personalities instead of all being different variations of cringe.
Yeah.
I guess the point is you don't
kind
feel
of like
bad
the
about killing them.
Borderlands type of writing,
Yeah.
isn't it? Where
I think
I would identify Borderlands as the game with, like, the worst dialogue in games.
Yeah, it doesn't resonate with me at all. Like, if you find it funny, I'm sure it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a Jean-Paul lady.
There's just so much of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big problem with it.
Yeah.
I would also identify Star Fox 64 as a game with really good dialogue, so that would be one of the things I'd be highlighting in this stream.
Okay.
Because good dialogue is not always, amazingly witty or, like, long-winded or anything like that, or even metaphorical. It can just be that it evokes the right emotional response and it quickly conveys what it's supposed to convey.
Yeah.
Like, Pigma Dengar says, "Daddy screamed real good before he died." That's a really good line. Because it's
Yes.
PG enough to fit into a game like that. You remember it, and it makes you really angry because it, like, really well communicates that he's an annoying, fucking disrespectful, evil antagonist character.
That's right.
It would taunt you with your own father's death. That's good dialogue.
Yeah,
for
that's
fucking
seems
handsome Jack going on for 2 million years of butt stallion is not good dialogue.
Yeah. Yeah, Deathloop was generally like inoffensive. Yeah, I think I was gonna say like I think that writing is meant to just make you hate all the antagonists. You know, feel bad about killing them. But then, you know, I don't know. Like you can do that and have them be well written. Shodan is a piece of shit, but she's very enjoyable to listen to.
Extremely charismatic. Yeah.
And you like team up for a bit. It's great.
She pretends to be your ally for a little while.
Pretends to be ally for a while, but before even when she is revealed to be Shodan, she's like,
she teams up with you for a bit.
She's like, we have to help each other, so let's just get it over with. And then at the end, she betrays you, even though it was like obvious, like the whole time that she wanted to. But
yeah,
she's kind of a proto GLaDOS.
I was gonna say.
Me too.
GLaDOS in Portal 2, of course, is the part where she's reduced to a potato and therefore has to ally with you.
Yes. GLaDOS is a maybe a good example of a better balance between like trying to be overly funny and like actually being well written. Like I think Portal's humor can teeter, but I think generally it's well written humor.
She does have a lot of dialogue, but it does help that it's very sharply written. Yeah.
Yeah, especially in Portal 1. I think Portal 2 she might have a little too much for it all to be as high quality, but it still holds up quite well.
I love her sharp speech from Portal 2.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, the whole potato arc, as it's called, is quite good.
Cave Johnson steals the show for some people in Portal 2.
Oh yeah, he's great. I really liked him in Whiplash.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons is definitely one of those actors that, like, if he's in it, it makes me more inclined to watch the thing.
He's great as, like, I can't imagine anyone else playing J. Jonah Jameson after he did it in
yeah,
that's so good.
great.
Yeah. Oh
I
boy.
think those Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are pretty good.
They're good. 3 is, like, fine, but 1 and 2 are really good. I think 2 is, like... I think I liked 1 more, but I know 2 is generally considered to be the better one.
Well, I think 2 is the better movie overall, but 1 has the Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, that's probably that's honestly it. I really like Willem Dafoe. Is that the desert? Go to the. Oh, this is the desert. No, it's not.
I think Green Goblin is like the most memorable thing out of those movies.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, he's great. I mean, he's the best. He's the best villain in all of them. Even like Doc Ock was good and like well done, but he's more of like a tragic villain than just like the over the top.
Pretty nuanced. Yeah, I liked that. Even Norman Osborn has some nuance too.
He was betrayed by his company. Back to formula. Yeah, Willem Dafoe is just fantastic. I was almost
there's too many other movies that have both him and J.K. Simmons. Spider-Man might be one of the only ones.
I don't know,
They never really interact. I think there's the one scene there where Green Goblin comes to the Daily Bugle or something.
Yeah, he like blows through the window.
Yeah.
It's the same scene as with Aunt May. Sorry.
Basically. I think that's the only time you have them together.
Yeah.
In that movie.
Simmons. Well, it is Simmons, but Jameson threatens to sue him or something.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I saw. Man, when did that movie come out? Like 2006? No, it was before.
No, it was like 2001 or something.
Yeah, because I remember seeing it. I remember going with my class to see it in theaters. That was great. And Shrek. Yeah, maybe in the same class. Yeah. The teacher was like, "Okay, there's some words that we want you to see this movie because it's good, but there's some words you can't repeat, okay?"
I think Shrek was the first movie to win the Oscar for Best Animated Feature.
Oh, really?
That was the year they added that one, yeah.
You had to for Shrek? How can you not?
Yeah, that was why they're like, this movie's so good that it deserves a special award just for it. I guess in some ways, with me, Shrek has turned out to be an even bigger cultural icon than like Toy Story or something.
Even like Shrek, I think Shrek 2, I spent so long since I've seen it, but Shrek 2 is generally considered to still be good, right? It's 3 where it kind of like really falls off.
I like Shrek 2.
Okay. Yeah, Shrek 2 also supplies some good memes, and oh, here's a fucking surprise. I heard the new Puss in Boots movie
Puss in
is like
Boots.
actually good.
I was going to mention that as well. Yeah, people have been sucking it off quite a bit. Mainly, it seems because it uses a similar animation style to Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh, okay. Well,
Which
yeah,
to
yeah.
me- To me, I'm not sure I respect that very much because it made sense for a comic book movie to do that, but does it really suit a Shrek movie to do that?
Well, maybe
Have
it's
that type
more
of
like
animation?
Adventures of Puss in Boots, like a comic book style story. And I feel like that type of stylized animation, if they go all the way with it, can make for some more unique visuals, which people enjoy. Although I do agree, like the style immediately, in my mind.
People keep
fits
saying
Spider-Man
it's
well.
highly creative animation, but to me, it's like
Spider-Man
really that
did it.
creative when they're just doing what Spider-Man already did.
Well, you can do creative stuff with, even though the overall style is copied, but maybe they do some unique stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'm defending the movie. I'm saying maybe, okay, but yeah. I might suggest it to my wife. She
I think
likes.
this partially comes from being someone who was very much lukewarm on that Spider-Man movie, anyways.
I haven't seen it. I know. Yeah, I know it's very well regarded. I'm sure I'll
The
like
animation
it.
is the noteworthy part. The story is mostly just a normal superhero movie.
Analysis. This machine life form's comrades were destroyed. Driven by that grudge, it lured a resistance member to this location. It then proceeded to destroy him.
Are you saying this thing wanted revenge?
Oh, come on now.
He
That concept
explicitly
is
said
far too
that.
complex for a machine.
He said Joe was driven by revenge, so yes.
Oh, you did miss one more thing. A brief cutscene between the two pods, where they communicate alone and agreed to share combat data about each other, to improve efficiency. But we'll see them talking a lot more throughout the subsequent playthroughs. So just wanted to note that that's been brought up. So they have minds of
They
their
never
own.
did that before 2B story, did they?
No, they did not. So that's also been introduced as kind of a little twist. Like they just have minds of their own.
I'm going to feel terrible telling that woman what happened to her friend.
It's the truth. She has to know.
No matter what that truth actually is.
Oh, that's philosophical.
Yeah, mildly.
Put another Italian mark on your philosophy. You can't do for
That's
this
right.
one.
That's like two or it's
Yep, two philosophies. So
two philosophies. Tartar and fuck that.
Yep. We have to keep track from now on of how much philosophy is in
Yeah,
each game, so we
sure.
can scientifically determine what the most philosophical game of all time is. I think probably our record so far is Disco Elysium
Yeah.
in terms of quantity of philosophy in it.
Agreed.
Yeah, Pascal? Is that you?
9S. Yes, it is me. Many apologies for the sudden transmission. I heard that you were searching
Although
for the
half of that philosophy has been lost because the recordings are no longer there, so maybe it doesn't work anymore.
They live on in our minds like real philosophy should.
Oh, okay. Maybe Deus Ex is first instead because of that.
Oh, sure.
She's probably somewhere around the desert at the moment. That's where she's likely to find
Somewhere
the desert
in
slave
the
her
desert.
sister needs.
Got it.
Thank you so much. And please be careful, alright?
Okay. Yeah. Philosophy in games. I do feel like, it's like, not that, I mean, Deus Ex was good, of course, and I like Planescape Torment and Disco Elysium, but I do think it's much more interesting when games explore philosophy through the medium of gameplay.
Just a lot of text.
Exactly. This game does that a little more. I mean, MGS. No, I guess it just doesn't explore philosophy that much. But.
I think sometimes it's better to have. I think I've gone over this a lot, but quantity of philosophy, of course, is a very immature way to look at it.
Yeah.
So some games that focus their story more around a particular theme can end up being stronger than games like Planescape Torment, just kind of like this, and Disco Elysium as well, where they just kind of have a lot of different philosophies in them that they bring up.
Well, Torment had a theme.
Yeah.
But it
What was
also had
Torment's
a lot
central theme, in your opinion?
Well, the nature of regret. You've asked me the exact same question before, and I think I gave the exact same answer. Nature of regret and the
need to face the consequences of your own actions.
Reconciliation with your actions, right?
So the big denouement is
That's the resolution.
Nameless one deciding to face his own need to go to hell.
Yes, and fight in the blood wars for eternity.
Yes.
For an unknown crime. I think there was a book. We know there are multiple books, but I think there's some semi-official.
One of which gives the nameless one a name is one of the first things.
That's the reason the fans wrote another book.
Yes.
To replace that one. But I think that there maybe originally were some plans to tie the nameless one to like an existing or named character that had committed some great crime. But there's like theories about who he was and what crime it was, which is like pointless. I think the answer is there is no answer, but like what horrible things he have committed to have ended up like that. But
well, he knew he was gonna go to hell, so he didn't want to. That was basically all you need to know.
Well, that creates all the conflicts in the game, but like the original crime that would have sent him to hell, I guess is the question. But yeah, that is really doesn't matter at all in the context of the game.
In some ways, it speaks to the strength of the narrative that it leaves behind mysteries that tantalize fans to this day.
Yeah, the nature of the Lady of Pain.
She's very like brought up but not focused on very much.
Yeah, and that's true in like all like D&D lore. Actually, she is very mysterious.
Oh, yeah, she's mysterious.
Yep.
Was Ravel Puzzle Well ever that much of a fucking horrifying creature, or was that all just talk?
I don't know if she's a hag, and in the lore, hags tend to be pretty horrifying. But
we'll talk about her as if like if you ever met Ravel Puzzle Well, you'd instantly be fucking dead, and then when you meet her, she's like a welcoming granny.
Yes, who's in love with you.
Classic video game clone. I was thinking of trying to make like a top 10 crones list as a writing thing.
Okay.
And I think Ravel Puzzle Well in the end would have been number one probably.
Sure.
I was unsure about whether Kreia or her would be number one.
Kreia's a good crone.
Both good crones, yes. The writer did say that Kreia was like a second go at the character of Ravel Puzzle Well.
But sometimes the second goes is the improvement.
Yes. Another good crone is the Triplets of Belleville from the movie The Triplets of Belleville.
Oh yes.
Also the Dark Souls 2 intro crones.
Yeah, they're not very interesting though.
They kind of, what's good about them is one of the things that a good crone should do is they kind of make you feel like insignificant about yourself because they're like laughing about all the troubles you've gone through up to this point.
Your small dick.
They're pretty condescending towards you.
They are. They are meant to mirror the fates, of course.
Yes.
Especially what with them sewing, I think, or maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm just.
Can you think of any good crones besides?
No, I was trying to think of some. I don't know.
Doesn't have to be just video games because the Triplets of Belleville is a cartoon.
Oh, true. Yeah.
An animated movie.
Crones in media. Yeah, I don't know though.
Wind is just a force caused by changes in temperature and atmospheric pressure and.
I think of any off the top of my head. I mean, the Fates, or one of them. From Hercules, the way they're portrayed there is good.
Yeah.
I think I like them.
That's definitely option.
I
think they kind of get overshadowed by Hades and the Gospels.
Agreed.
Singing muses.
I agree they're overshadowed, but I still like them. And Danny DeVito. In The Witcher 3, there's I think they're called the Crones. Maybe I'm wrong, but they're.
Yeah, I bet The Witcher has a crone or two.
There's 3.
Even better.
And they're like witches, really.
Do you think it goes back to the Fates that there are all these instances of crones coming in threes then? Because the Triplets of Belleville would be another one.
I think so. I think many times there's 3 crones, it's a reference to the Fates.
Both the Dark Souls 2 intro crones and the Triplets of Belleville can't really be discussed as separate characters from each other. They're all just one entity.
The crones in The Witcher as well. So. But I don't know if that. I mean, you could even argue that the Fates come from some other tricrone configuration. You know, they themselves are a reference. Because like Polish folklore, I don't know what they would if they had cut off contact with the Greeks to have the 3 Fates. So maybe there's something deeper there. I don't know.
Well, world religions do tend to have a lot of borrowed mythology from one another, like the recurrence of flood stories throughout many traditions.
The recurrence of resurrections in completely unconnected civilizations like the Aztecs, or like everyone else. They have a Christ analog, sort of, if you look at it from a very naive perspective.
The sacrifice thing in Jesus' story has parallelisms with the story of Socrates as well.
Oh, interesting.
Because Socrates is warned that the Athenian government is plotting to kill him and chooses to stay anyways.
Okay.
Which also happens to Jesus, of course.
Yes.
He chooses to stay and use his trial as an opportunity to make one more big speech on his philosophy, and then, humbly drink the poison that they make him drink.
Yes. I was also thinking of the story of Osiris, which I'm sure you're familiar with as an Egyptologist.
Yes, of course.
Where he is killed and then chopped up into a bunch of pieces and then put back together and resurrected, but I think they couldn't find his penis.
Like Horus. I think the castration angle in that is that Horus kills Set by castrating him.
Oh yeah, they fight like in the sky, and one of them turns into a hippo. Maybe I'm
And
thinking
in
of
the
a
Greek
different
mythology,
story.
I think Cronus also is castrated by, Cronus castrates his father, the sky.
Okay.
as
Then he gets
well.
eaten, so just gets
Yeah.
worse all the way.
Well,
yep.
Okay, we found a second robot child, so I thought that was we were redoing a quest at first, but then
found a
that's
robot
the second
sister,
kid,
yeah.
the sister. We found the brother earlier, so that's good. What else we got going on? Something over
We
here.
are past the time that we don't
I know.
end our stream, so
Let's go over there to this John Paul's Melancholy, and we'll save
Yeah,
there.
let's
and,
make sure we
and-
finish John Paul's Melancholy this time.
Well, we'll at least get the next lady, and then we can wrap it up next. My mistake here was trying to do quests before I unlock fast travel, so I'm gonna actually progress in the
That
main
is an
story
issue, isn't it?
first, and then we'll come back and wrap some more up. But yeah, I don't know. Most crones I can think of are the classic tricrone, the fates. Freya was a
Revel
good
and
one.
Trey are not.
They're not. They're good examples.
Those are two non-tripleted crones.
Granny Rags, we named her earlier.
Yes.
There's a crone. You didn't get far enough to see her go full crone, but she does have
She would
magic
also
powers.
have been on my list of top 10 crones, though.
What about like proto crones, you know, like with the like, I think Zelda, you know, Zelda, if she gets old enough, she could easily become a crone.
Become a crone.
She's like a magical princess. That's, you know, that could easily lead into a crone career.
There's an anime that has a twist, kind of like what you just brought
Okay.
up. It's Magical Girl Madoka Magica.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, there's another example. Oh shit, these are not hostile. Fuck.
I don't really like that anime that much, though. So probably
I never
no
heard you
crones from
mention it
that making my
before, so
list.
you know, maybe. Yeah.
I have mentioned it before, though.
Yeah, but I can't. It's all Japanese. I can't remember.
Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica. Well, the Madoka is a name, and Magica
okay.
is just magic, and then
Okay.
Maho Shoujo is magical girl, like Sailor Moon, Cardcaptor Sakura.
Well,
and all
there it
that.
is.
But a witch is also called a Maho in Japanese.
Well, because all witches are women.
Yes, well, but Shoujo is the girl part. Maho is the magic part of magical girl, you see.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And I think Maho can be masculine as well, but I don't know. Japanese rejects the claim that all witches are women, I guess.
I've been thinking about something.
Or I could be wrong.
It's possible. Unlikely.
Yeah, I'm a very correct person.
Poor fellow is being a little too, I don't know, glorified?
That's certainly one way to put it.
Did he just...
Bleep out his name?
I think he just started to say Sartre and they bleeped it. So I think it is like very overtly.
Interesting.
I think he said and then it bleeped it, but I might have misheard. Some Yoko Taro
This is
doesn't
all
seem
just
to
a
have
big takedown
yeah,
of
he
Jean
doesn't
Paul
have a good
Sartre.
opinion of Sartre.
I don't really like him myself.
It's
and what
actually really
little I
funny
know.
if that's what just happened. I don't remember that. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, we'll save here and end it. Okay, we'll end here, and we'll be back at some point next week with Fire Emblem 4, not the end one, as I mistakenly thought for some reason, and then we'll be back with probably like 3 more Nier Automatas, 1 more for this playthrough, and depends on how many side quests we do. If we do a lot more side quest cleanup, then maybe it'll take a little longer, but that'll give us an opportunity to read more Gravity's Rainbow. I'm trying to save it to the end. I didn't know I'd be doing a side quest cleanup, but that's okay. Maybe I'll plan
that would
for
have been a slightly better time for it, yeah.
We didn't miss
the time we did was okay.
Yeah, it was fine. It was repetitive shooty stuff that I kept dying anyway to give you more time. Not to give you more time, but it did give you more time. All right. Thanks everyone for joining. I'm glad that the stream looks like it looks fine and sounds fine today for once. So thanks to Hyper and Hybrid for popping in, and Null as well for chatting with us. This is a cakewalk. Have a good night, everyone.
This is
or whatever time it is.